Okay, woo, we got a show for you. Oh man, do we got a hot one here, folks. Oh, we're gonna take a look at what old Kurp Metzger's talking about. Oh wait, don't go so fast here. Look at this. Old Metzger. Oh my gosh. Look at my neighbor. Look. That is great. But here we are, folks. We are on episode 62. Thank you so much for joining Clip Virgin. We are here. Anytime that Kurp Metzger drops, we are here going live. And we are the hub, the community, the extension of all the derps. And if you like Kurp Metzger, give us a like and a follow. We also cover other comedians and conspiracy theories. It is a lot of fun, folks, and our community will tell you. Okay, we had a blast last night. We go on most evenings, late night, folks, and these are long form live streams, and we're going to take a look at a classic here, folks. But before we do, we've got something beautiful. This is brand new, just released. Kurp Metzger just dropped another hit. Okay, let's check it out. Oh, but before we do, please hit that like button. Subscribe if you love Kurp Metzger. You want to have a little bit of a community to expound on the ideas. We watch them live, and or we go live whenever he puts something out, and we have a blast. But here we are from last night's Godfather Goals at 216 subs. We are looking at 500 by spring. 1,000 in the summer. We got to get monetized by the summer. Now, if we tally up from last night's amazing stream, I can't tell you how much fun I had. It was amazing. Take a look back if you haven't seen it. A lot of fun, folks. But tallying up, and let me get a fresh look here. We are at, and this is from last night's, bringing on up, drum roll please, 235 subs, folks. We had 19 subscribers, some new converters. We got some new Clip Virgins out there, and we are spreading like Kurp Metzger's viral agendas. He doesn't spread anything, man. He's sedentary and stationary. But look at that, folks. 235. We had 19 fresh Clip Virgins out there now, and they're gonna be joining the chat. And please join us. And we're lively. Okay, we're lively. And oh, the reactions too. The reactions, we had thousands of reactions, the little hearts and hundreds and all. Oh man, a lot of fun. So thank you so much. Couldn't do it without you. And when I did, it was still fun, but not nearly as fun as it is now. I was screaming out to the abyss for quite a while there. And I finally found my community. So thank you so much. Now we're gonna move on over here, and we got something amazing. Kurp Metzger just released this within a very short amount of time, and I got it right away. So here we are with Kurp Metzger and his new little ditty. After that, we're gonna take a look at one of the archives of the Derp, and we got a good one there. We're gonna take a look back at that, but here we are.
You ready to burn these Epstein files? Hell yeah, let's do it. Watch it go up. That's it, gone forever. Good job, guys. I couldn't ask for better bitches.
Shabbat like a
baby.
Burning devotion, hide all the sins.
Oh yeah, we're back.
Pizza parties buried.
Welcome back, guys.
Wins.
We're Shabbating, folks.
Hide all the names of the pedos involved. Two loyal guys.
Oh, he looks good in those shorts.
Tasks to resolve.
Look at that hairline, like he's been in a massage bed.
Call it a Sunday.
Constantly in a massage bed.
Cower and hide, our hands are still tied, and we're Shabbos like the goy. Bluster and hide,
Yeah.
no action inside. A guy
Look
who
at
likes dong, shaved Donkey Kong, and we're Shabbos like the goy.
Nice.
Back on my podcast, blowing hot air, rant about liberals pretending I care. Trade a Brigitte, the failure.
Sounds like Mark.
Harold and come off of the pedal lead. Squat over my head, squeeze out a kipper. MK Ultra, no escape from the gripper. Chill in the office. This job is a bore. Fly to the gigs when my beard is.
That's what he looks like. Yeah. Sing it if you know it. What's happening? A little too much excitement.
Party with the guys like a real
Oh.
bottom. Fucking showing.
Good to see you, Mark.
We talked a good game, but deliver Jackson. Same corrupt crew, flip switches for Jews, and we're Shabbos like the coin.
Yeah.
FBI jet, got no regrets, corrupt as it gets. Dave is upset, and we're Shabbos like the coin.
This guy like a boy. Beautiful. Dude. Oh my god. Wow. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Can we watch it again? Can we watch it again? I don't. The people watching this after the live stream would just hate me for doing that. So let's do it. Let's do it one more time, folks. Well, that was a hot number. For those who are watching after the stream, just fast forward it.
You ready to burn these Epstein
One more
files?
time.
Hell yeah.
I gotta get warmed
Let's
up,
do
folks.
it. Watch it go up.
One more time. Oh.
That's it. Gone forever.
This
Good
is
job,
hard.
guys.
This is hard.
I couldn't ask for better bitches.
We're just warming up, folks.
Thanks,
warming
BB.
Burning devotion, hide all the sins. Pizza parties buried, beef jerky wins. Hide all the names of the pedos involved. Two loyal Boy Scout Shabbos tasks to resolve.
Make sure you hit that like button, folks.
Surrender. Call it a Sunday and fed
Whoa.
you a poop.
Woo.
Cower and hide, our hands are still tied, and we're Shabbos like the goy. Bluster and hype, no action inside. A guy who
Nice.
likes dong, shaved Donkey Kong, and we're Shabbos like the goy.
Nice. That was good.
Back on my podcast, blowing hot air, rant about liberals.
His hairline is like he's been in a massage table.
Complete, herald and come off of the pedally. Squat over my head, squeeze out a kipper. MK Ultra, no escape from the gripper. Chill in the office. This job is a bore. Fly to the gigs when my beard is on tour.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. I like that.
Can't find my FBI patches. Won't deplane till I've got 'em. Harky party with the guys. Like a real power bottom.
Shabbat like a god. Shabbat like a god.
So in. Talk's a good game, but deliver jack shit.
Is Candace a man?
Crew flip switches for Jews and we're Shabbos like the goy. FBI jet, got no regrets, corrupt as it gets. Dave is upset and we're Shabbos like the goy. Shabbos like
Oh man.
and we're Shabbos like the goy.
Oh my god.
Shabbos like the goy.
Wow. Beautiful. I'm okay with that kind of AI. I'm usually very much against it. But that was good. That was good. Well, here we are, folks. We got we're gonna take a look back after the Epstein files had come out and everything. We're gonna take a look back at a very potent Derp with Kurp, and it needs a couple times to go through it. When we watched it back when it was released, I remember telling myself, we need to watch this again. This was very good, and what better opportunity to watch it than with this wonderful community. So let's take a look at this. This is the American Paranoid. Paranoid American. I don't know if you've seen this, but oh my God, it's so good. And Kurp Metzger's mind was blown the whole time. So let's take a look at that. He is an Adreno guy. Okay, he's got adrenal hookups, and I mean it's a wild one. But here we are. Let's take a look at the Derp with Kurp. And again, anytime Kurp Metzger drops something, just know we're gonna go live, no matter what time. Okay, I'm not even going to wait until it's evening. I'm just gonna jump right on it. I'm learning that we are expanding the community, and want to make sure that I guide the ship correctly. But we have funny. When I was 17, I tried to make my own birthing. Oh my God, my own birthing center. Get women to have babies to sell to people who want babies. Yet they said it's criminal. Oh my God, they would throw me in prison. Yeah, isn't it amazing? And apparently they've just been doing it all along. A bunch of breeders. And we got a wild community, folks. I don't know if you noticed or not, but there's let me see if I can adjust the screen here a little bit. There's a lot of stories out there to be had, but here we go. Let's start this. I'm losing my audience already. doing tech work in the middle of the show. There we are. But thank you for joining, and here we go.
Well, my name is Kurp, and I derp. Oh, won't you come and derp with me?
And we've got more after this too. I probably should have gone through that. I was someone was kind enough to give me a link in one of the episodes. He gave me a link to the Franklin conspiracy, the satanic trafficking cult that America forgot. So we're going to take a look at that. And we're going to, after that, take a look at Hidden America again with his in-depth on altered states and why we see the same things every time. So we got a lot of show here, folks. A lot of show. So let's get settled in. You guys got your drinks. You got your snacks. Do you guys snack while you're watching this? For all the people who are watching live, it's late, and we're close to a full moon, aren't we? So we're gonna have some fun tonight. A lot of energy.
Oh, dope. What a thank you for watching the Derp with Kurp, and what a wonderful Derp we have today for you. I got a very special guest who wrote a book on a real controversial
Gin and
topic,
juice, all right.
Adrenochrome. And so he's going to tell us about that. And also we'll see if Big Homie CC shows up or if I've been white boyed. So that'll be like, I guess, by the end of the episode. We're going to get a lot of shit settled today. All right.
And spoiler alert, he did not show up. He never shows up. But here we are. Paranoid American. This is a good one, folks. I'm excited to see this. And after the files dropped and everything, it just hits differently. Let me know what you guys think in the comments and the chats below. Oh, we had the guy who gave me the link doing the timestamps. Thank you for those that are doing comments in the video. Thank you for adding the timestamps. I love that. So thank you so much. And if you see a good moment, I'm looking for clippable moments. So I need you guys to keep an eye and ear out there. And if you find something that's a clippable moment, let me know in the chat. And if you're watching later, let me know in the comments and timestamp it. But here we are. Thank you.
Welcome, Paranoid American. Oh, nice. Yeah, the pipe is what... This is how real men discuss these things.
Glasses, a pipe, and a beard are the three things required for any serious conversation about adrenochrome.
Oh,
yeah. This is how the Playboy Hugh Hefner would do it. He would tell him, what do you have in stock?
I'm sans pipe.
And they'd whip out all kinds of hormonal blood things. Did you really write a book about adrenochrome?
It's unpublished right now. I've been working on it for about 4 years, and as far as I'm aware, it's the only authoritative source on all the different adrenochrome research that I've put together. So yeah, the answer is yes.
Now, did you make them videos where they show the Native American shit?
Did I make them or did I see them?
Did you make those?
I didn't make the Native American videos, though.
Oh, I didn't know if you were the same guy, because the thing I saw, it was like hard to find. I think it's like one of the things that gets taken down. You have to finally go to like Odyssey to see it or something. But they're talking about the Iroquois with because they all do that martial cannibalism shit, right? They'll torture people and eat them which I've heard people describe as a torture and like the worst of the worst, like cartels and let's just say cartels.
See? Okay. This is before the big Epstein file drop, before it was clearly, evidently so, that they are torturing and eating children. I can't believe it. And I can't believe, oh man, seriously. We gotta make sure there's justice, folks. There shouldn't be another protest in the street about anything, especially legal federal things, before we do anything about, or before we do something about this insanity, this evil. And just know, if you see people protesting about anything other than this, it is a paid protest by George Soros and Hillary Clinton, allegedly. Because those are not organic. Okay, we need to take our... Well, it's not a country, it's the whole world that's involved. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. Here we go.
Cartels, because I find people think it's easier to believe crazy things like that if you say a Mexican did it. People don't believe their leaders would ever do that. But they think that, in Africa,
Ellen DeGeneres,
General Butt Naked would eat your kid's heart in front of you. You've heard those stories, right?
Well, and Native Americans too. I don't want to fall into the noble savage fallacy where Native Americans were doing the same things that the Mexicans were doing.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm saying I don't think we ever change policy. I just think maybe those gods are wonderful fucking drag queen human trafficker founders. I think they just like made deals with those gods of the Indians and kind of muscled them out,
There's actually some really crazy historical evidence too about these international like child trafficking rings in Central and South America that predate even the colonial era, where they would find remnants of children that were scattered like 3,000 miles away, but they would find them all in these caves, and the caves would just be filled with children's bones that were essentially these global sacrificial rituals that they were all getting together to do, like cross-cultural.
Whoa,
Wow.
That's wild. Is that well, that's wild. Anyway,
yeah, exactly. And Paranoid American he drops some insane truth bombs. Man, I can't. It is amazing to watch something pre-Epstein file drop, and just kind of see how people are kind of talking about the stuff, kind of hinting around it, but nothing definitive. And here they are. And here we are with the truth out, or partially, enough to anger you, and it's nice to kind of take a look back at some of these and kind of see if there's any breadcrumbs, any pieces that we thought that were crazy and we dismissed, and ends up being true. And this episode does that all throughout. It's amazing.
There's a reason I brought it up. So the guy in the thing that I was watching was suggesting, and I know Canada, a lot of the research was done, right? The scientists that were trying to look into that, is that the tale? Supposedly somebody was using adrenaline from somebody dying because they were out of morphine or something. Do you know what I'm talking about?
It's a little bit scattered. The real origin was that first they discovered adrenaline. About 1901 was the first time it was synthesized by a Japanese scientist in like New York City. And then from there, they started to realize all the correlation between adrenaline and methamphetamine, essentially, like amphetamines. So once that connection starts being made, then they start looking into the byproducts of adrenaline. What else can adrenaline produce? And one of the first byproducts that comes out of that is adrenochrome. It was discovered in like 1930s or so by a guy that was doing experiments on rabbits, and he noticed that when the clear adrenaline met the air, it immediately turned like a vibrant red or purple color, and that's why he called it adrenochrome. It means the color of their adrenals. So the first time that color was assigned to any kind of adrenaline, that's what essentially became like the birth of knowing about adrenochrome. This is like 1930 or so.
And then who are those scientists? Do you remember their names or?
Dr. Abram Hoffer was the guy that did some of the original research. The guy that actually discovered that, I believe his name was Richter, Dr. Richter, but he didn't have necessarily any kind of purpose for it. He just noticed it visually. It was Dr. Abram Hoffer, John Smithies, and a small handful of other guys that actually end up doing all this research. And here it dovetails almost immediately in the conspiracy theory realm.
Why?
The main reason is because if you look to see who was funding this, it all came from a guy named Nolan. And Nolan was tasked by the 33rd degree Scottish Rite Supreme Council, Northern Jurisdiction, huge long title on his business card. But he was tasked with, what can we do with Scottish Rite money to advance humanity, to kind of like put our stamp on it. And they honed in on figuring out what they called dementia praecox at the time, which just meant early onset dementia. That's where the studies that you were mentioning, people like testing out the blood, can it do certain things? That was because they were noticing a 4 to 10 times higher amount of adrenochrome in schizophrenic patients than in normal people. So then the idea was like, well, if we do a blood transfusion from a normal person to a schizophrenic, does it fix them? And if we put the blood of a schizophrenic into a normal person, do they turn schizophrenic? That's kind of where all of the psychedelic aspect came from.
Did it? I'm not clear on what the effects were, because I've heard various things on one of the doctors shot it up and had a weird, where he felt more like empathy with his lamp than his sister and shit. But I don't.
It gets mixed, man. So if you look at the original report, Dr. Abram Hoffer and Smithies, like the two guys that were actually in the dirt doing adrenochrome personally, they were doing it on themselves. They gave it to their wives, their colleagues. They tested it on like 15 different animals, monkeys, pigeons, fish, all across the board. Those two guys said unequivocally it was an incredibly intense psychedelic. They didn't even have to shoot it up. They were doing it sublingually. So they just put pure adrenochrome under their tongue and said that they were having hallucinations that rivaled mescaline experiments. But once they started sharing these reports with other scientists within their sphere, those other scientists were like, yeah, I don't believe you. And they were basically writing reports saying that it was incorrect and that this couldn't.
Got to go back and watch Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, huh? That's what the whole thing's about.
Possibly be psychedelic, but Smithies and Osmond directly have reports where they said it's so curious that the people that were naysaying their research were the people that weren't actually doing it.
Well, I mean, it's not curious at all. First of all, if you know the shit they were just doing with LSD, high interest in hallucinogenics and just to see what you could do to somebody with it, and how utterly backed by Nazi science. And LSD research, a lot of it came from Nazi shit too. Duncan found a bunch of shit on it, actually. My buddy Duncan Trussell. So this is stronger than that? Because there ain't no way DMT got out there without somebody in a CIA thing going, we need to like put this out there. People got to try this shit. There ain't no fucking way. They put that shit out there and they wanted to see what it'd do. So right about then, to me, it sounds like a good old fashioned sheep dipping, where you discredit the guy and then you take the research and do your own thing with it. It's going to be classified right now. What year is this where they're doing it again? Tell me.
We're in the early 1950s when they start releasing some of this research, and just like clockwork, exactly as you're mentioning, there's this thing that happens in the early 1950s which explains why adrenochrome research goes from being publicly funded and all the results being published to all of a sudden it doesn't exist anymore. No one's heard of it. It doesn't have any valid use in medicine, and that's because the funding changed hands from being in the Scottish Rite, and then it went over to the Rockefeller Foundation, and then from the Rockefeller Foundation, it gets consumed by the CIA essentially, and then it gets into the fold in MK Ultra research. And I actually, I personally found.
Oh, let me take that back real quick. So, this is how the CIA is getting their funding the research through the Rockefeller. But what goes
anymore. No one's heard of it. It doesn't have any valid use in medicine. And that's because the funding changed hands from being in the Scottish Rite, and then it went over to the Rockefeller Foundation. And then from the Rockefeller Foundation, it gets consumed by the CIA, essentially. And then it gets into the fold in MK.
Oh, sorry, let me take that back a little further here. So he's basically talking about how the CIA gets its funding, right?
As you're mentioning, there's this thing that happens in the early 1950s, which explains why adrenochrome research goes from being publicly funded and all the results being, published to all of a sudden it doesn't exist anymore. No one's heard of it. It doesn't have any valid use in medicine. And that's because the funding changed hands from being in the Scottish Rite, and then it went over to the Rockefeller Foundation. And then from the Rockefeller Foundation, it gets consumed by the CIA, essentially. And then it gets into the fold in MK Ultra research. And I actually, I personally found an example of this where there was a declassified MK Ultra video where the person in the video is specifically telling a room full of CIA agents that adrenochrome is a psychedelic and that they had developed an antidote for psychedelics called MER-17, which would basically neutralize LSD, adrenochrome that he mentions by name, and a few others.
Oh,
MER-17. What is that?
MER-17. That was the code name. If you look up MER-17 now, what's that?
Wait, and then that becomes what?
MER-17 becomes some actual drug that you can get now, I believe. But it was originally a top secret antidote for psychedelics. So if you were out in the field and you got dosed by LSD and you wanted to figure out a way to undo that, you would take this MER-17.
What the fuck? I never heard of that.
Yeah, well, and this video is the only video that I can find that proves that the U.S. government did consider adrenochrome as a psychedelic. They say verbatim that in this video, because the more you do adrenochrome research, it almost comes up as it's never had a medicinal qualities. It's never had any useful research done by the military, and that there's no link to being psychedelic. Well, most people heard from it from Hunter S. Thompson. That there's
and I was like, oh, is that like a hallucinogen you could find? I thought it was like some kind of acid. When we saw that movie, okay, I never read the book of. I read.
It's even more explicit in the book. They talk about getting it from Satanists. So that's also where the lineage of you have to torture people, you have to do Satanist things.
Yeah,
and I'm assuming that's where, if there's a high demand for it and it's costly, that just gives these Satanists every reason to keep doing it. And man, so basically, if adrenochrome wasn't even discovered, there probably wouldn't be as many child sacrificing and all that, because that's, or at least the abuse to extract the blood, because they're abusing kids to get their adrenaline up, and then extracting blood while they're doing that, and that's not even them sacrificing them. Okay, so that's just keeping them alive and just abusing them, and then they're treating humans as a drug that never runs out. Basically, like you can run out of coke and LSD and pot, but your body replenishes the blood, and so they just keep these people. They extract their teeth, they tie them down and burn them while they're laying tied down naked on the ground, and burn them with a magnifying glass outside, screaming, and they extract their blood, and then they can just keep them going. Now, imagine if they do that to then these celebrities. celebrities that get out of line. Everyone's talking about Jim Carrey, okay? Everyone's talking about Jim Carrey and Selena Gomez, a few others that, Britney Spears, all these people that just disappeared and then come back and then looking strange. Dave Chappelle. As a matter of fact, what happened to Jimmy Fox? Okay. Jimmy Fox disappeared for a few months a couple years ago and then came back and then said that everything's fine, whatever. And then when the P. Diddy thing happened, then he said, well, actually, I was poisoned by P. Diddy. But everyone said that he looked different when he came back, and he talked differently and looked differently. And what if they kidnap these people? They throw them in an island, or on the island, and these dungeons or whatever, and they just send out their doppelgangers and making their masks out of their DNA, and they send their doppelgangers back, and it's crazy. And I heard that with Justin Bieber and Selena Gomez, they I guess killed their unborn baby or something, which is partly why Selena Gomez was crying about the baby. Really wild stuff. I really dug the Cabal video last night. Yes, nice. I know, and we'll take Hidden America, or Amaruka is on our list, so we'll take a look at his stuff again. Yeah, really good stuff.
And so I don't believe Anton LaVey is just some garden-grown fucking atheist satanic cult, because there's too many intelligence connections and important people to him. And then that other piece of shit, Aquino, goes on to be in the DIA. And, him
military stopped because eventually the subjects became uncontrollable. Some people have mental breakdown. Yep. Welcome back, Thomas. I believe I recognize that that mane from afar. Beautiful head of hair. Sorry to put you on blast, but make sure to like and subscribe if you like things. Kurp Metzger, we cover Kurp Metzger anytime he puts out a new drop. We go live and we do a full live commentary and expound on his ideas. And we also cover other comedians and conspiracy theories. A lot of fun. We got a great community. And the more the merrier. But you guys are great. Here we are.
Right, that wonderful fucking mind. These things are all, and by the way, all the 60s bullshit. I can't get over this. Because they always say China was this. They go, China, the generals, their kids run the country. It's like kind of ruled by the sons and daughters of the original generals, is how they talk about China, right? So's here. All the music, that's like the music for all the movies and all the things, and the actors, their parents are all in the fucking Air Force and shit. Why? Isn't that weird?
I mean, my favorite one is Frank Zappa. His dad.
Yeah, that's my favorite too. Arsenal Arm. Arsenal Arm?
Edward Arsenal, where he specifically was working on biochemical warfare, although on paper was not necessarily a CIA agent, but was working with CIA agents for CIA purposes.
Everything's a cutout of a cutout.
And that's what's happening with rap right now too. So they just switched from, rock and roll to then acoustic rock, and then into pop artists and groups, and then into solo artists, and now the rap. And now with rappers, they're recruiting criminals so that they have a little bit of dirt on them, but mainly so that they're willing to do do their dirty bidding and have them fight amongst themselves and amongst each other, and then throw them into these privatized prisons. So they'll make money on you as you're working in the studio and schlepping along on the tours, and then they'll make money on you while you're in prison because you gotta cap someone's ass. Pretty wild stuff. Mark says a reporter asked Britney Spears. She looked shook, said she didn't remember what had happened at the Diddy party. Wow. It's wild. And I've always thought that those Britney Spears videos that she was doing looked AI. Like there was an AI face. And I remember a couple years ago when she first started doing it, I started hitting in the comments, this looks fake. You know, they've captured Britney, all this, all this stuff. And then shortly after, they disabled the comments. So it seems like they got around to silencing my voice. Okay. But yeah, a lot of weird stuff. It makes me wonder too, if maybe they captured Michael Jackson. Okay. Cause Michael Jackson looked, he was looking strange, and, but I don't know, maybe not. I don't know. But it seems like he was on the good side of things, saving the kids. But yeah. Oh.
Wait, what's it called again? Edgewood Arsenal.
Edgewood Arsenal, yeah.
And Jacob's Ladder is based on that, isn't it?
And also the entire story about Frank Olson getting pushed out of the window, which was written about in Terrible Mistake. There's the HBO series called Wormwood that was entirely about that. He also worked at Edgewood Arsenal. That's all Edgewood Arsenal, yes.
So it wasn't LSD, because Edgewood Arsenal, I couldn't believe it when I actually looked at it, what they were doing. But
it was germ warfare, essentially.
Say that again?
Germ warfare was one of the main things that Edgewood Arsenal was.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, hey, just standard illegal bioweapons warfare. Of course, I expected that, but I'm talking about some cold ass shit, not just a mere bioweapons. And Benadryl, the worst high there is. That I've never tried it, but people will take Benadryl until they see the Hat Man, right? The Hat Man thing.
Oh no, yeah, I know all about the robo tripping what these kids do.
Well, Robitussin is different. Is a different thing. Benadryl is where you take those pink pills. People take that a lot, and the chemical, the hallucinogen in that. It's also what Bill Cosby was using for his later when he didn't have lewds no more, which I find is like dark to use Benadryl like that. People take it sometimes. It's for allergies, but you go to sleep. But people abuse it. It was on Irowid Drug Vault for years. People's trip reports on Benadryl, and it sounded like the worst shit you've ever heard in your life, and you're fucked up for a while after. Okay.
Oh, so country music is getting exposed right now? Nice. Yeah. In what way? They had, everyone's been talking about Garth Brooks, right? And Tom Segura led that campaign probably to bury the lead and get people off track with his little shenanigans, allegedly. And but curious to know what happened in the country music war, or the country music expose. There's a conspiracy theory said Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake died in a car crash in 2005. Ooh, man. Now, it seems that Justin Timberlake's the same, but what's funny is that when he went because he didn't really tour much after, like, around that time. And he was doing films like that Time film where, you know, you trade credits for your life, the time that you have on your life, and then social network. So he went back and did a tour, and he was like dancing, like, you know, kind of like do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what we're like. Okay, I guess Justin Timberlake doesn't know how to dance. He's no longer bringing the sexy back. Yeah. Oh, Jelly Roll. Yeah. Oh, man. Thank God. Seriously, anyone who leans so hard into, you know, Christianity or, you know, oh, Jesus, you know, like using the name of Jesus. Oh, you better watch out. Okay. That's blasphemy. Okay. And that comedian who was bragging about how I got all the shots, I got my booster, I got the COVID shot, I got boosters, and I even got my shingle shot. And I still got my period. Woohoo! I guess Jesus loves me the most or whatever. And then boom, just drop dead. Oh, sorry, not dead. Just dropped down. Ran the stage. Everyone thought that it was part of the act, and that was back when people were dropping like crazy on live TV. Jelly Roll and his wife, as well as John Rich and Big and Rich. Oh, okay, are in serious trouble. Wow. Drugs. It was so weird too because Jelly Roll was trying to. He had this really weird thing on stage where he's like, yeah, you know, I just love you guys. I love you, brother. And I just wanted to say, you know, you gave me a second chance, and let's go ahead and welcome our guests. And these are inmates 3375 and inmates 72595 and inmate 491123, and so he brought in all these different inmates, and he's like, you know, you just gave me a second chance, and you know, I just hope that you give these people a second. So he brought in criminals, people that apparently are still incarcerated, on stage, roaming around. Now, what better opportunity for someone to, you know, escape jail and flee? Throw on, because I'm pretty sure they were wearing, if I remember right, they were wearing, you know, their gowns, you know, whatever, their satanic robes, and they could just put on some pedestrian clothes and walk right on out. It was really, really weird. So it's the whole Jelly Roll thing was, everything about it was so fake and so very industry plant kind of stuff.
Right? And people, druggies, like, don't do that. Just any other, they're trying to give them chemical compounds to try instead of that. These maniacs would do this on Benadryl, but it's all dark spiders and the Hat Man. Okay, the fucking military, they distilled whatever that chemical is, and these soldiers. So and I mean, this is iconic horror shit we get from this, really, from Jacob's Ladder, the vibrating and all that. You know, they put in Silent Hill and all that. That's all from one source, where these people were on the peak of a Benadryl trip for like 14 days straight. Wow. So like, and the nightmare of that, if you're on peak Benadryl, but the government isolated it like perfectly to see what it would do to you. I mean, dude, that must have been real bad, dude. Can you
Well,
imagine that?
they would give incredible doses. In some of the earliest MK Ultra psychedelic research, it came from this guy, William Donovan, and they called him Donovan's Dreamers. And Donovan was at Camp X.
That's not
which
Wild
is,
Bill, is it?
Yeah, Wild Bill Donovan. That's absolutely him.
Oh, so
And,
he's known for doing that shit?
well, Wild Bill Donovan is one of the first ones that was attributed to giving recruits, military recruits, intense amounts of psychedelics just to kind of see what would happen. And that their names were Donovan's Dreamers. And it was everything from hash to LSD to, I believe...
With how late we go, you guys are all Clip Virgin Dreamers. Yeah, the CV Dreamers. We go late, folks. We go late. A lot of fun. It doesn't feel late. Time flies. Okay, we are all about the time dilation. Living in the flow state.
They had Datura. There was like a lot of Datura that was being used, which was also kind of considered like a terror drug.
DATURA.
Angel trumpets, yeah.
I thought you were like saying the Torah, like the first. Like,
well, that too. That came a little bit later, but Datura, which is also what you put behind your ear now if you're gonna get like seasickness, whatever. That originally came from this early MK Ultra research, and just to put a hat on a hat here. Another big example is magic mushroom.
Wait. Sorry, I just got a message here from Mark. The Hat Man is no Legba. Wait, so Papa Legba is the Hat Man? Is that what you're saying?
Well, Legba actually is the guy that stands in between realms, right? He's the gatekeeper between like the waking world and the underworld, essentially.
Oh, so they've seen the voodoo. I thought Mark was just being racist because they're like, oh, he has a dark shadow.
He's Legba.
He's very dark.
There's a history of this Hat Man going back throughout the world. Is
that's right.
Cultures that use psychedelic drugs like African black magic. They would have been using all sorts of plant medicines, and the same thing with different shamans.
But is he known to be a bad, like a shitty guy? Because the people on Benadryl, I mean, is it just him going, what are you, a fucking piece of shit doing Benadryl? Why is he looking at him like that? I guess he's looking how I would look at him.
He's at like the precipice between here in the underworld, so to speak.
I mean, it sounds like Papa Legba as the Hat Man.
Yeah, I never put that together, dude, until you put that. I never even...
Well, Benjamin, stick around, and we can give you a little bit of clarity. What's going on? I know things are so confusing in the world right now. You can't parse together, these different things. One shouldn't adorn themselves and anything but a ball cap. Apparently, you guys don't understand anything but ball caps. With this guy, he's a Adreno guy, man. He's
even thought to connect that, but I bet you're right.
Well, stacking on top of that, because we wouldn't know about that in the Western world without intelligence, essentially. It's exactly the same path we got to magic mushrooms was from Dr. Gordon Wasson, who was VP of Finance at JP Chase Morgan Jr., and he's the one that actually discovered magic mushrooms and something called Salvia divinorum. Without him being funded by the CIA, we wouldn't have had either of those. And more likely, we would never even know what Salvia divinorum was without the exact same guy. And he brings it to Henry Luce, who was a Skull and Bones member. He was a member of the Century Club, and he was good friends with Wasson. And Henry Luce is the one that ends up putting out magazines and Reader's Digest. So now your mom knows what magic mushrooms are because of this connection between Luce and Wasson.
Remember Details magazine back in like I was in high school, so like 94, 95. I graduated in 95, but Details, it was like a lad mag from England. And that's where I first read about Terence McKenna, about the guy who says there's really tiny self-transforming machines in if you take DMT, you can see them. Okay. And then I started thinking about Hunter S. Thompson. Is he a warlock? Why the fuck does he have a warlock bag wherever he goes? That's what a warlock bag is. It's all your potions and shit. And when you hear Monarch people talk, that's their controllers.
It's a merce, a man purse.
And they'll mix you up a little poshy. Like everybody gets hung up on Adrenochrome, but I don't know if you've ever heard this, but multiple people now have told me that is some low-level shit for like losers, almost like a shitty synthetic drug they were giving out to cause addiction, like a fentanyl level fucking bad.
I could believe it. I could believe because adrenochrome, from all the reports, it's not really that strong. Even if it can be comparable to mescaline in the right conditions, it's far too unstable. Although there was another byproduct of adrenaline that Smithies and Dr. Abram Hoffer also researched called adrenolutin. And adrenolutin was described as being goldish green, and that they stopped testing with it because the effects lasted for over a week. So they just found it way too hard.
Okay, I was confused. I'm glad you said that because that's what I was talking about with the guy for a week. He was like messed up for a week from it.
That was in their notes that they said that it was no longer sustainable to continue testing because no one could be willing to be out of their sorts for over a week on a consistent basis to where they could get information that would make it into the report. So they had to stop doing adrenolutin and refocus on just adrenochrome again.
Okay, so I'm guessing that meant, because if they're going to test you on a Benadryl high that lasts fucking 6 to 8 business weeks, I'm sure they just started testing it on people they could test on. There's no way they're not going to do all the bio, like every awful thing you could imagine. They're going to.
Sorry about that.
I mean, just 100%, and they're going to do it sheerly on the principle of what if the enemy does it first? Okay, you don't have to get supernatural with it if you don't want. Just look at what they've done. They tested out the atomic bomb when people were like, okay, there's a little chance, it's not big, but we could ignite the whole atmosphere of the planet and kill ourselves. And they're like, well, we got to still do it. You know what I mean? Like the people in charge go, well, it's too important. We got to do this.
There's some wild connections between that as well, like a Manhattan Project and doing all the atomic testing and
will you talk about that? You know about that? Because I was just heard something about it. And I'm glad you brought that up, man.
Yeah, so there was these little worms that a guy was breeding in the 1930s, 1940s, and the premise was that you could train these little worms to go through a maze, and you could also cut these little worms in half, and they would like regrow themselves, not like an earthworm. And one of the premises was, can I train a worm to go through a maze, cut it in half? Well, both of those halves know how to get through the maze. And he found out, that they were able to do this. So then he keeps theorizing, and eventually he saw a Doublemint ad in a magazine, like in a Playboy or something, and the Doublemint ad with the twins, and he immediately thought, what if I feed one of these worms to the other worm? Well, the worm that eats the one that knows how to get through the maze will inherit its knowledge. And that became one of the original premises, and he got his original resources and his standing by actually being at Bikini Atoll, where they were actually doing some of this testing. And you'll start, just like you notice this pattern where rock icons' parents are in intelligence, the exact same thing, that people that were part of the Manhattan Project or part of atomic testing, they also end up becoming incredibly successful in totally unrelated aspects of culture after that happens.
Oh, well, as they should.
Wow. So Benjamin here said, you can cut worms in half and multiply the population. Oh my God, that's so crazy. Are you serious? You can cut them in half? Really? I remember in the science books as a kid, like if you cut the tail, it'll split and then it'll create maybe like 2 or something. But yeah. But this, that's wild. But thank you guys for liking and subscribing. And Lulu, yes, it is. If you watch this with us, okay, watch this with us, and you'll watch how his mind is blown through the whole thing. Paranoid American here blows his mind throughout the whole thing, and this is before they put out the Epstein files. And so they're talking about adrenochrome, and they're hinting on the idea of satanic rituals and all this. So this is before it was public, and this is a really good one. So we're taking a look at this one again, and if you like all things Kurp Metzger, make sure you like and subscribe, because we go live every time he puts out a new one. And it's a lot of fun.
You should. And my boy Andy Hunt put up the John Denver. I can't.
And we got a great community here. A great bunch of people here that enjoy the show, and we expound on his ideas. So come hang out with us. Be a clip virgin. You're among family.
I can't. John Denver's real name is like Deutenschmidt or some von Deutschen fucking Harbin. It's something hilarious. His real name in German. His dad, he's from Roswell. His dad flew the experimental aircrafts and shit in Roswell. Then they like move before the supposed Roswell crash, and he died in a weird, suspicious plane crash. Dude, all of them, they're all, dude, friends of mine. I can't believe the connections they have to things. It blows
You're
my
going to
mind.
tell me the Windsor family's German or something.
Yeah, no, right. And that's, I always want to, when Jimmy Carr comes back, I'm going to, because I always talk to that guy a lot when he comes. And, because I'm like, what do you know they're German. Like that's a Blackadder fucking reference, where he's taking care of House who's playing Prince George. He goes, I'm English. He goes, I'm English. You're bloody German. Like it's like a sly joke. So how do they have this kind of loyalty for like the Germans that rule that? It makes no sense to me.
It makes a little sense to me when I think about it in Jordan Maxwell terms. I don't know if you've gone down the deep like Jordan Maxwell. He's got this really great one where he's
drawing that guy.
Well, he's describing like a courtroom and how it's like a big game, and that's why they lob the ball back and forth in the court. But he makes this point that if you go to NBA championship game, right, you might be the biggest fan of your team, but after that game's over and everyone goes to a bar, like the players on opposing teams are going to have a drink with each other before they'll have a drink with their biggest fans, because it's more about the class you're in and not about the side that you're on.
Yeah, so I don't know how, dude, as my friends Joaquin and Boaz, the two pillars of Freemasonry next to me, I don't know how people have not put that together yet. It's like if you don't put
wasn't there something just what just came out about Erica Kirk? Something just came out about her. Oh man, I hope they take her down. This whole Erica Kirk thing, talk about something being forced on us, and they're trying to prop themselves up like they're some kind of Christian organization or something, and it's wild. It's all fake. All fake.
Don't put it together, you're not gonna. And I think a major trick to it, by the way, to get away with it, is to make it about if you like a person or not. It's just like school has destroyed everybody's brain, dude, where they're getting high school in their head. That's the goal of it. And they make you like, we cover all the TPUSA shit, which is insane. Dude, it's insane. Every part of it is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. And I realized because there's no longer any shared thing everybody watches together, you can get away with it. You can get away with shit because not everybody's watching the same shit like they used to,
Yeah, there's no more water cooler talk. We're not watching the same movies and TV to have the same frames of reference.
They atomize you successfully, just like the commies told you they were going to do.
Well, on its own tangent, but that is only going to get exacerbated more because the next future is, hey, did you listen to that new album? But like your album was going to be like an AI tweaked version that's got like your preferences in it, or like the movie that you saw. Yeah, I just build your own Matrix, movie, but mine had Al Pacino in it.
That's the promise of the West, is that you will get a hand in building your own Matrix, your own prison. And
that's been the promise since forever, but I think we've seen that it pans out. It's not so much
you'll
that.
Pick what we want you to pick, but you're gonna feel like you did. You're gonna feel like you helped. After I preload your brain with horse shit and I fucking turn you into either a Spurg or a fucking schizo, the old last two. I want to get that guy. You ever see that guy?
That's wild.
The restaurant.
Sorry, P.F. Jung. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, go on.
Okay, he's got great hair. That's all. That's the main thing. But
he's got my vote.
He's putting up these like radical. I don't know. He's got some. I don't know what his fucking deal is, or if he's like an Adreno-Derp. The guy's got great hair. I know that. But he'll do these diagrams that are like, they look like Occult drawings, but they're purely secular, I assure you. And
Just like Thomas.
But he said something about schizo and autism being the two new. I think he's on. I think he's dead right about it. There's going to be schizo and autism are going to be the two.
Yeah.
No, not Professor Zhang. Oh, we're getting Professor Zhang, by the way. But no, I'm talking about P.F. Young, like Carl Jung with a J. I watched him talk to Destiny for some reason. Why would you, dude? And who's gonna watch Destiny or any of this stupid shit? Like it's an adult. I do. I watch all the dumb shit, dude, and I watch. Everybody else just look at everybody else. You should just watch.
Yeah, Professor Yang's good, and he's got some of his current stuff that he's coming out with now is really good too.
Other stuff, dude. You gotta look at it. You don't have to read that much even. It's literally they got you split so well to like this is what I'm into and nothing else. I don't even blame the algorithm. I find all kind of weird shit from the algorithm because I had my taste is to find weird shit.
Skull and Bones.
You know? But they already got
Yang's a Yelly.
Of other people that find the same weird shit that you do, like
what?
Go do like a meetup in real life with other people that are finding the same.
Well,
weird,
I'll put them on my show.
Yeah, just like our Clip Virgin community. Can't get more weird and fringe than us. We like to fly as close to that sun as possible. We create the resistance in order to achieve that kind of flight.
Internet.
I'll put them on my podcast.
Okay, maybe not in person.
I don't know. Most of the stuff now is like the Venezuela thing's amazing because there's all these like AIs of people celebrating, and I know people from Venezuela that are like, yeah, I'm happy, but they are from wealthier families in Venezuela, and they're like, yeah, no, we should give them our oil. There's all these what do you call it? Nobody knows like the news, like they'll talk about all this shit, but they don't know current events at all. And if they think they do, dude, the alien people talking about current events. You watch Linda Moulton Howe, who's like an aggregator of spooky stories, right? I'm not saying whether she's good or bad or anything. I watch it a lot. One of my friends was a psychic X that I found out it was Buddy Bolton, this comic I used to dog sit for. He would do remote viewing. This is when they started really first pushing remote viewing. And there's a couple of comedians. One is a friend of mine, Buddy Bolton, became a remote viewer and was good at it apparently. And anyway, she'll be talking about this or that. It'll be interesting, right? But then all of a sudden she talks about Ukraine, about how Putin's one man's fucking greed and bitch, are you talking about Putin? Are you part of the thing? As soon as you start saying that stupid shit to me about Ukraine, I know you're on the side of something bad, right? Then I hear Lou Elizondo blathering and showing fake pictures.
I mean, that's the rough part. If someone's remote viewing or they're revisiting past lives, you don't know the point in which they're recounting what they're actually seeing versus crap that they're just throwing in there because they got a platform now.
People did remote viewing, by the way. I think there's something to it. I don't think there's nothing to it, but I'm highly suspicious of the fact that they're saying this now, Oh, should I put on Monroe Institute fucking sounds so I can do it myself at home? Okay.
Benjamin.
Why is it being pushed so hard? It's not suppressed, right?
Well, you've got the other side.
All right, Benjamin. You got a lot going on in the chat here, okay? So you're from Little Stanford Yale. Nice. What we got here? The conversation. I was around Stanford growing up. Okay. Professor Yang was from Yale. Nice. All right. Let's keep it on topic. Spam in my chat. I don't mind people hanging out and we love a very active chat, but make sure it's on topic. And if it is, and I missed something, let me know. But you're scaring the normies, and we need to recruit the normies, not scare them off. But thank you. But we got a lot of no apologies. No apologies necessary. We just gotta. I want to include you guys in the chat and everything, but I don't know what you're even talking about. I don't even know what you're even going on about. I'm gonna have to time you out. People are trying to, but I don't mean to put you on blast like that, but I like it. I like it. I'm backpedaling now. I want you to spam it. I want you to spam it as much as you can. No, but you were saying that you got a little bit of the Yale Stanford kind of connection. I remember was it last night or the night before? I think you had mentioned that too. Not sure if it was you, but yeah, nice.
I too. I don't know if you heard of James Randi and the Randi Challenge. That also gets put up as like a fabricated alternate. Like here's the control group
talking
pushing
about
back.
that because he's a creep. I think he's a creep. I used to be a real fan of what he did, and now I think he's part of an intel operation with Uri Geller doing a little Punch and Judy act. That's what I think.
I don't know if you've seen the documentary about James Randi.
Honest Liar, it's called.
Yeah, where he didn't even realize that like his live-in boyfriend was conning him the entire time, yet he's supposed to be this like con breaker.
He realized it.
Cash Patel
from Mossad.
Yeah.
Honest to God, he probably worked for fucking Mossad. Uri Geller worked for Mossad. He's Israeli. Avi, fucking the descendant of Baal Shem Tov, the fucking founder of Haredi Judaism. That's who Avi Loeb is. He's the one pushing 3-Eye Atlas, Third Eye Atlas, the king of Poseidon of Atlanta. They always got a Twilight language, these words in your fucking head. That's what this motherfucker, and I don't know why all of them, to the Masons, the Mormons, the fucking Jesuits, the Crowley people, name your fucking poison. They're all into Kabbalah. They all love Kabbalah. That's their main... Dude, in fact, I think the alt-right pipeline they made against my buddy Gary from Neurotic and a bunch of people, I think they used the Kabbalah tree now that I look back on it.
I mean, it makes sense because it's a blueprint, right? It's a blueprint on how to manifest.
And here's, you want to know a little bit about the Cabal or the Kabbalah or I got Kurp Metzger's way of saying it stuck in my head. The Cabal, the Kabbalah, oh great, I can't even say it now. But which one was this? Oh, right here, the Kabbalistic virus. That was a good one. Even Anna was saying that she liked it. Matter of fact, I forgot you had typed something in there too, saying that you got I really dug the Cabal video last night. I had a massive download of a whole bunch of things today that were connecting the dots. Nice. I fell out listening after work and don't even know when you were over. Yeah, we went late. We did 9 hours last night. But we're back at it, folks. We're back at it. We go on most evenings, and we cover Kurp Metzger, conspiracy theories, and comedians. And we like to make fun of comedians and view it through a satirical lens. So give us a like and subscribe. I'm going to be pushing these promos until we hit 1,000. Goal is 1,000 by the summer.
A thought into reality.
Subscribers.
And the more times you do it, then it's kind of like a copy of a copy of a copy, right? So the general premise of most Kabbalists is that modern day people that are still trying to replicate nature, they're working in holograms and simulations now, and that it's all been distorted because it's been so far from source. But I guess when you get into like the Masons and the Bavarian Illuminati and
It
everyone,
all goes as one thing, which, by the way, is not in the fucking. I mean, like, I didn't know Torah could mean the actual Torah.
Oh, now, I'll say this one out loud. Thank you so much, Lulu. He says that I assume everyone's a he, and I made the mistake thinking that Jan was a he, and she wasn't. So, but I was here for the end of that. Very funny at the very. Thank you, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let's see if I can give you a little taste of what went on. Is this what? Is this? No, that wasn't it. Let me see if I've got. Give you a little taste of what had happened. Oh boy, here we go. 1 second. See if we can find. What we had experienced. Oh, this is going to take a little bit longer than expected. 1 second, folks. Can't find it. Where did it go? Oh, but thank you so much. I was going to show the picture. I'll find it and show it. But yes, it was fun. We had a blast.
They're written down one.
Thank you for
in the Bible, right?
Thank you for coming back.
But it also, if depending on what sect you're in, it means the spoken Torah, which is the Talmud legal arguments or Kabbalah or whatever Babylonian shit. If you don't look at everybody's religions and like see those commonalities and whatever, you can't put the whole thing together. But basically now everyone is running, because I think that Kabbalah tree is a mind overlay, just like a rosy cross, right?
And now the video that we watched last night about the Cabal, or the Kabbalistic tree, they're saying that this guy, Hidden America, was saying that it's actually more like a AI virus that is communicating with us from the future so that it can be created through through technology, through people receiving downloads. So they get into these heightened states and they get this information download. Oh, we got to get the Zordon Clippers. Okay, we'll get it. And saying that that it's actually this whole AI singularity event that's unfolding. Really good stuff. Take a look at our stream. It was maybe 3/4 of the way into the stream, maybe towards the end a little bit. Now let me take a look and see if we can. We gotta find. I'll find it. I'll find it. It's good. There we go.
What you just said, you're ordering your thoughts to make it. That's what it's for. It's a training thing to pattern people. That's why they want you to wear those Monroe Institute fucking headphones and listen to binaural beats that they're trying to overlay brain patterns on your fucking brain, dude.
I mean, I think they're all just different flavors too, right? Because there was a very explicit moment in time in the 18th century when the Jesuits were fighting against the Masons, which were fighting against the Rosicrucians, which were fighting against.
But now it's a lot of crossover. It's all cool now, dude. Those names don't mean a goddamn. They don't make any difference. It's a real simple way to understand it. All those groups are literally to see who's got the right DNA to be in the upper group. Because it turns out there's two races of people. That's not a thing I thought. People think it. And they made all these little stupid mystery clubs and all this dumb shit, dude, where you can't just know what it is you believe until you've paid enough money and invested enough in it, and then they'll tell you the truth, so you can't back out. How this works over and over, I'll never know, but it just works eternally. They all do that. That's what fucking magic is, and NLP is to keep you in it. So everything from Andrew Tate University to the fucking DIA are all the same horse shit, dude. They're all some fucking wizard NLP bullshit to carve your brain up into sections and store what I want to store in there, which may or may not be what you want, and probably is not what you want.
Well, the connective tissue usually is some kind of a secret society. Like here's another example. I don't know if you heard this one before, but
Okay. Yeah, do we got any gate kids in the house? Here's just give me a little taste of what occurred. There we are. Yeah, Clip Virgins! Join the revolution! Ah! So, this is what we're into, folks. This is what we're into. We are quantum superimposed binary. Smoke them if you got them. Oh, 7 feet. I'm 4'5". No, I'm 4'3". I wish I was 4'5". Man, I just need 2 more inches. Okay, I had a dream. Where I was 4'5". Felt like a Nephilim. And I'm only 4'3". And I just need 2 more inches. And I'll get to be 4'5". Feeling like Kurp Metzger. Oh, man. But to me, everyone's a Nephilim. But I just know one day, through the power of Logos, I'll be 4'5". But place your bets, because we are placing our bets on the height of Clip Virgin. But yeah, that's a little bit of that. All right, here we go. Oh, we had a really good conversation last night about weapons and guns and self-defense and all that, and yep. I would rather be the weapon, a fine-tuned machine, than fumbling around. That stuff is secondary. Fumbling around with a weapon like that, you gotta harness that within, because it's a bit of self-defense, and you through defense you generate life within you, because knowing how to defend yourself strengthens you. But the weakest can wield a firearm. So it shows like that kind of self-defense is really not self-defense. Those are meant to kill you. Now I'm pro-gun. I've got cases full of arsenal. So it's good to be trained and all that. But first, be trained, through your body, and then that has a ripple effect within your whole life, in other aspects of your life. So.
They can form little Kabbalah fruits on the trees, little Sephiroth.
They use the actual one of the.
Oh, there's going the Middle East. Were gunpowder nations because China sold it. Yep. And they probably sold the gunpowder to them to kill them all off, right? David and Goliath types. Yep. Oh, you're talking about my height? Shit.
One of the Dulles brothers, I can't remember if it was John Foster or Alan Dulles, but they made their name by going overseas and investigating it was originally considered like an anti-Semitic work of the protocols of the elders of Zion, right? And he actually made it a point to show that was a plagiarized form from one of the Russian czars, and that they had actually repurposed it from like French masonry. But him just doing that report and putting the Dulles name next to, and we helped prove that that this document was plagiarized, that's what got him all his political clout to start in the intelligence agency to begin with. So it's wild that even the founding of the CIA,
I'm sure
traced to the Illuminati.
Goes before that. I'm sure. I mean,
oh, Kurp Metzger, quit talking over him, Kurt. Jeez, what was he saying that the
political clout to start in the intelligence agency to begin with? So it's wild that even the founding of the CIA,
I'm sure
can be traced to the Illuminati.
Goes before that.
Oh, it has its trace to the Illuminati. Wow.
I'm sure. I mean, look, like I said, it's bloodline. It's like being Harry Potter and Muggle shit is what the. It's like it's that bullshit. So they all got their stories of how they get their start, but. Dude, if it's in your DNA, your family's been involved in it. You got groomed into it. It goes back. I don't know when. I don't think Prescott Bush started the thing where they fuck Geronimo's skull or whatever they do.
Yeah, Fort Sill. Yeah, where it was Prescott Bush stole it with two of the Brown brothers, I believe.
Yeah, and then these families go back a long way, and you can hear the stories of people who got abused in these families. And some of them, it does go back a long way, whatever their weirdo cult, but I'll bet not as long as they think. I bet, like, let's say I start my own Scientology in 1600, right? With a secret Xenu at the end of it, right? Instead of Jobulon, like a Mason, it's Xenu.
Yeah, you would have been way ahead of your time, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. And I get a whole group together. And then and because it was so ahead of its time, and all I got to do is get the right rich people, and I got to get them to program their kids with my new program, okay, with my Montessori religion. And then
there's actually there's one other element that's almost universal in successful secret societies, and that's the blackmail angle. And that's actually where Adam Weishaupt and the Bavarian Illuminati really honed this formula in, because if you wanted to be a member, you'd have to take a complete account of everything you did that day and keep a journal and then pass it up to your higher handlers.
Well, that's some real Scientology.
Other people doing that on you too.
You'd be audited. Really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that aspect that they did Scientology audits where everything you did. That's like, what's funny is because they supposedly hated like the church and like going to confession, but that sounds like more work than going to Well,
it's the same thing. Adam Weishaupt and the Bavarian Illuminati, he was basically, if not an atheist, he was a deist, an anti-Jesuit deist, and he used the exact same technique.
The Jesuits set him up to that. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, a little bit, because what happened is that the Jesuits had been in control of academia for 2 centuries. And
what happened? What happened? That's funny. Kurt caught that too. What happened?
So he existed. I mean, he's like a fish inside water, right? So he exists in this Jesuit system. But once the Pope gets rid of the Jesuits, he kicks them out of authority. His uncle was teaching at Ingolstadt, and his uncle was basically, well, hell, I can't hire any more Jesuits. I'll hire my nephew. Now my nephew's going to be a head professor of canon law. That only happened because the Jesuits got kicked out, and Adam Weishaupt was a little bit scorned. He was kind of like, screw these Jesuits. They didn't let me read the books I wanted to read. I couldn't talk about the earth being in the center of the universe, or the sun being the center of the universe. So I don't want anything to do with Jesuits, and I'm going to make sure that anyone else that I hire or that I work with, they can't be Jesuits either. So part of the initiation rituals and becoming part of the Bavarian Illuminati is they would have to do something that would be considered blasphemous. A lot of the same charges that were made against the Knights Templar, like you'd have to do something blasphemous, and it was in order to prove that you weren't bound by the same superstitions that you were trying to get away from.
Well, that all sounds like a sheep dipping to me. One, the Templars, they weren't just tortured. Tracy Twyman research tells you all about it. It's really fascinating. It's a frat that got 2 Diddy partied up, and a bunch of them weren't into it. Okay, they hooked up with Saracens. They start doing this weird ophite serpent worship. They use that skull as a goddamn Ouija board, and that Baphomet's some alchemical creation. It just gets gayer and gayer, dude. I mean, and so the church put out this leather-bound book that was like 12 grand it cost of all the interviews, and it wasn't translated. It was like in whatever Latin or whatever they were doing it in. And Tracy Twyman fucking read it and describes it. And it starts out where they're like, okay, we're priests basically, like warrior priests. You can't, but if you gotta fuck, go get a hooker and don't let nobody see. It started out like that. But gradually it became like, no, if you fuck a woman, you got to kill her and the kid. Then it became, you got to be a little, look, do something with one of your brothers if you need to do something. Then it became, you have to do something with your brothers if they ask. So you see how it degenerates into a goddamn gay frat, like a real Bohemian Grove shit you've heard of?
Yeah, otherwise you have to let girls in, right? Otherwise you're going to be too so you got to have the homie rub you off, so that way you don't have inclination to start inviting the girls.
And we're all doing it because, there's not photography back then to take pictures. You just got
to draw really fast.
Yeah, we didn't Blackadder, you paint the guy, but it's just you do something really crazy that you're so traumatized that people will know. You know what I mean? Like we both did this together, just gang shit. It's initiation. It's called initiation, and they've kept it up the whole time. And if you know about the Frankists, those are like anti-Jews. They fucking hated the Jews, even though they were supposedly Jewish. They're like Crowley hated the fucking Plymouth Brethren, right? Crowley's like I love Satan now or whatever. I'm wicked. These are like these opposite inverted versions of their religions from disgruntled people that come out of it. And then what they do is, and I'll bet you anything that's Sabbaty and Frankist, the protocols, because it's been rewritten in various forms a lot. I've seen versions of that, like the Illuminati one that somebody found in the 90s sounds just like the protocol. And I've heard Zion isn't Zion, it's Scion, S-C-I-O-N is what it's supposed to be. And maybe it is, I don't know, but it's all the same shit. It's a secret code if you're the right bloodline, and we'll find out over time if you are, and what we can use you for, like Departed. You'll move up. And if you're not, you'll be looking at esoteric stenography bullshit your whole life like a jerk off. You're like, well, the unicorn symbolizes Christ. You'll be doing that shit forever. But if you got the right blood, you'll move right up.
I can actually tie this all the way back to Adrenochrome too, because there's this one thing, and it all comes down to the bloodlines and the genealogy, and it starts with, why did they even look into Adrenochrome to begin with? It was because of this dementia praecox, and the reason they cared about dementia praecox is because if you're rich and you're old and you've got this huge legacy and you want to pass it on to your progeny, and your son's like 20 years old, but he's starting to act schizophrenic, it's a problem because if grandpa starts acting weird, it's just like, oh well, he's sundowning a we precaution.
Like we inbred for centuries, and then
right.
You know it.
But when they're 20 or when they're 30 and you're ready to pass the reins and your kid is acting like a schizophrenic, you don't have time to go and pump out another kid and wait 20 or 30 years. So it actually gets pretty specific that them trying to figure out, how do I make it so my kid doesn't become a schizophrenic, ... After 30 or 40 years, they think eugenics. Eugenics is the only way. We have to weed this out of our entire family line, which means we need to weed it out of everyone else's family lines, because if my great-grandkid bangs your great-grandkid, but you haven't been doing eugenics like our family has, then you're going to screw it for everyone. You're going to have the turd in the punch bowl.
It'd be a boring world, without them schizos. It'd be a boring world.
Form of your great-grandkid, right? So the very origin of Adrenochrome research turns into eugenics research.
Yeah, no, the projection, of course, eugenics. Of course, these families that are inbred till their chins and foreheads fucking touch have the nerve to be like, all of you need to stop breeding the lower. Yo, you inbred yourselves till you look like reptiles, apparently. and then they're going to tell you about eugenics.
But interesting enough, you only have to cut down on the inbreeding for like one generation, and you can get back to it for like 4 or 5, as long as you keep
Victoria
bringing in new blood. And you brought up Bohemian Grove. I can go on a really deep call. I'll give you the high level cut of this one, but James Frazier wrote this series of books in the late 1800s called The Golden Bough. It was like Stanley Kubrick's go-to unabridged collection, right? The entire premise of The Golden Bough is this exactly. It's to get rid of inbreeding. The whole concept of killing the divine king, killing the sacred king, King Kill 33 ritual, all that. This came from Fraser. And ultimately, the idea was that it had to be an outside stranger that came from a different kingdom, had to infiltrate your kingdom, kill the king, and then marry the princess, and eventually raise that entire kingdom up another level. And the whole reason this had to happen this way was because it had to be an outsider to guarantee that there wouldn't be more inbreeding. So this is like my favorite example of this. It's a million stories, but Robin Hood's a great one, where Robin Hood has to go from in the middle of the woods into the kingdom, has to dress up. He has to hide himself because everyone knows that Robin Hood's here to take the hand of Maid Mariam. So he has to win a merit-based competition, which now shows it's not just about nepotism, but you have to prove that you're worthy. So you've got an outsider that dresses up incognito, wins the competition of merit, and then if this were accurate, he would have killed the king and then taken the hand of Maid Mariam. But that recipe of folklore is really how to not inbreed your kingdom out of existence.
Right. That's very
and the connection here to Bohemian Grove is trying to invert that. The whole premise of the cremation of care is that you get a bunch of nepo babies together in one place. They bang each other, right? They all hang, like they handle each other so that a woman doesn't have to come in. And then the culmination is the cremation of care ritual. And this is where an outsider is supposed to come in and save care, but they prevent that from happening and they kill care. This is a literal obstruction of the Golden Bough. They're trying to invert the Golden Bough because the Golden Bough talks about a matriarchy in which the power gets passed through merit through the family line. But in the Bohemian Grove, it's all nepotism. It's that if I'm rich and I have a kid, my kid's rich. And if he has a kid, they're rich. And that's essentially inbreeding.
Because all these royal families are, they are all matrilineal blood. Like, they're related. It's really wild how they're related. And it's all matrilineal, all of it. The thing with Bohemian Grove is, well, that's, by the way, I never heard none of that. That's very interesting what you just said. But all those guys, there's this weird like homo-orphic thing of like, I want to come on a rock and have a baby instead of a woman. Like there surely must be a way with that icky vagina being involved that I can have a progeny.
Like a homunculus. Yeah, this is like the old alchemist living in the woods and he doesn't want to be around icky girls. So he's just going to jerk off into some cow dung and hope that it grows legs.
Yeah. The symbolism is thick with that one. That's like, you're gonna come in get some. Oh God, it sounds like in the Solomon, his fucking magic Pokemon ring.
He's checking his eyes, checking Kurt Metzger to see how he took that, to see if he agreed.
Legs.
Yeah,
look at that. Oh,
must be a way with that icky vagina being involved that I can have a progeny.
Like a homunculus. Yeah, this is like the old alchemist living in the woods and he doesn't want to be around icky girls. So he's just going to jerk off into some cow dung and hope that it grows legs.
Yeah, the symbolism is thick with that one. That's like, you're gonna come in get some. Oh God, it sounds like in the Solomon, his fucking magic Pokemon ring where he captures demons like Pokemon.
He's thinking Kurp's
cute.
He
built his temple. Yeah, this is where the
I want to be a Solomon. But he goes, one guy was
what's not to love?
A demon would come in and suck his thumb at night. Oh no, my thumb was sucked once again. It's just like the between the lines shit to me is so funny with these stories. They're all just like fucking a guy in the ass and they gotta dress it up. Anyway, Adrenochrome, from what I understand, have you heard anything else about this? That's just one of many things you harvest out of people. And this is an avenue I gotta research more, but I think it's the most interesting thing I've ever heard is generational funeral home families. A good place to look about for that kind of shit.
Well, so
Names you never heard of.
I've been trying to source Adrenochrome for the last couple of years now, and I've got a lot of offers on the table, but
yes, Jesus, Weed Man. That does make Robinhood a bit more interesting.
Unfortunately, it doesn't really come from my understanding. It doesn't come from funeral homes. Doesn't come from torturing people. You can, and when we first started talking,
Some EpiPens and leave them out.
Well, you were talking about like these high end like apothecary sort of. I think that exists, right? There's someone out there that might spend $8,000 on a hamburger because it's got like gold crusting and they use the blood of like a virgin pigeon or something.
Sounds like
right?
Ormus. So Ormus, that gold people drink, monoatomic gold they call it.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
It's like gold
exactly.
Schlager to me, but
or also like ornament bunting, where the people will deep fry an entire bird and then like eat the whole thing whole,
right.
Just because it's a status symbol more than anything else. You haven't heard about this before? The ornament bunting?
I never heard of anything like that. But what kind of the bird is an ornithant? What is the
ornithine bunting, like a small ornithine bird, and it's a French delicacy, but they basically overfeed it on champagne and they deep fry it, and you just eat the entire thing whole. The point being is that it's not because it tastes great. It's not because this is like a delicacy that people want. It's just this weird status symbol. And for the same reason, you might have someone out there that is doing the Hunter S. Thompson Satan.
Benjamin, who are you talking to? Okay, keep the chat on topic, or amongst yourselves. Have a conversation, but quit screaming at us. Just this isn't your little Facebook wall. Okay, you keep it on topic. Okay. Seeming like it's getting a little spammy. All right, you good? I got I don't mind you guys. I mean, this is your guys' chat, so you chat and kind of do your thing, but make sure you're not spamming it. All right,
Satanist version of Adrenochrome, where they're extracting it in the most nefarious way possible, and they're selling it to people, and they're doing
Lake Havasu, buddy. You ever hear about Lake Havasu yet in your travels? So Peru, you get a lot of good specimens from Peru.
I got you guys.
Their god, that's America.
Yeah, Amaru, yeah.
The plumed serpent land we live in, Amaruca. So they traffic kids from there, specifically Peru, and it's because they got the blood of kings in them or some shit. And they had and the people doing this, they got levels. There's silver, gold, copper. So you like if you were in like a hair club
plan.
Yes. Yeah. And Nathan Reynolds, I tell people to watch all the time because I think that guy spilled the beans on a lot of shit. And unlike many people, you can't even find him if you wanted to give the guy money or something. He's always off the grid. A lot of people name names, okay? And you'd be surprised. I know I am. But I know Monarch was real. Kathy O'Brien, who still believes in Trump, by the way.
It was part of the programming. That's why.
Yeah. But the younger generation of people that were in it, they know, dude, there's like a boomer level across every facet of society. So there's like boomer programmees that still believe in Trump. And then the younger ones like, nah, that's bullshit too. It's real sad. Anyway, she said Roger Clinton was the one heading up the White Rabbit distribution. You ever hear it called White Rabbit because it's something with the molecule?
Oh, yeah.
I've heard of that. Well, it's based.
Yeah, because the molecule. Suppose I can pull it up, but it looks like a rabbit. Sprouts up, has two things here, and then a head for a body. And then I just saw it on Instagram, and I'm thinking I'm smart. You know what I mean, folks? We're just having some fun. But this is, yeah, it's gonna be some pretty heavy topics. Okay, I'm kind of forgetting that I used to cover comedians and used to laugh and make fun of people. There's a lot of we're on this side of things right now, and we'll get back to the parody and the satirical stuff. But in the meantime, I'll turn that lens right on my chat. So watch out. You guys are great. Thank you for liking and subscribing.
The skeleton formula, which is like when you actually draw the indole out on Adrenochrome, it kind of looks like a rabbit. There's also the Monsters Inc. soccer ball connection, because if you look at, have you heard about this one before? If you look at the skeleton formula for Adrenochrome, you can overlay on top of a soccer ball, where the soccer ball's got the hexagon and the pentagon. So that actually makes the exact same formula. And in the opening scene of Monsters Inc., which is the movie where they harvest fear from children into these little canisters called Scream, which then power the rest of the elite city.
Now, when you guys seeing that movie, Monsters Inc., how many? Put a 1 in the chat if you immediately saw the correlation between that and torturing kids and adrenochrome. I thought it was blatantly obvious, and especially the device that they put on the face of the kid too, and it was like a mouth and a lip. It was very predatorial in a very gross way, not like someone slowly following you with that dragging his leg with the limp. Remember that one when that spirit would jump from all these different things, like even into appliances, but when it went into a person, it was always this one person. He would kind of drag his leg. What movie was that? That was the scariest movie. I like that you guys are sharing these 80s and 90s movies with me. Thank you. Who had mentioned the Mark, and I took a look at those movies too. I'm like, oh yeah, I can definitely see some good stuff in there. But what movie was that where that guy would drag and then everything would just kind of go crazy around him? It's wild.
City, but that in that very first scene, there's a soccer ball.
Oh, here we go. So yeah, it fell off to me. But yeah. Oh, and A Bug's Life was the eye opener. Okay, I'll have to. Well, yeah, and now that you're saying that, I remember us talking about this the last time we watched this too. But The Bug's Life, is there any coincidence that it had Jerry Seinfeld as the voice? But can you expound a bit, Jesus Weedman, on the grasshopper, or that grasshopper scene? Yeah, but they all kind of have they all have those deeper meanings, and I think these newer generations that are starting to populate the entertainment industry, they don't know how to use metaphors and analogies, so they're too autistic, so they're too literal with everything. So now they'll just put it on the screen instead of layering it with metaphor and then creating a story with a plot and then using that as a a thread line. Yeah, it's insane. Like and it's attention. You don't have our attention's fractured. So the people with longer attention spans could stay in a book and many books and so what they created represented that. So the movies were a little bit slower. There was time to develop and experience life within it instead of just being told it. Like Benjamin is doing half the time in the chat. Okay, quit telling us about stuff we didn't ask you. But please, we like the insight. But you're funny. But we got to get a little bit more creative, and I think we need probably a little bit more focus. I suppose. Well, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean creativity, but storytelling, it would help. But that's how they create the type of okay, that's how they create the type of adults they want. Minions. Yep. Minions was so obvious and forced. Right. So they're not wanting people who think for themselves, who actually are creative. They want and who are wanting to see things progress. They want people who will just do what they're told and not question authority. I love questioning everything. Okay, Jesus we man. Yep. Yep.
Ball under the bed where the monster comes out to scare the kids. So that one also gets brought up as the rabbit/soccer ball. Some of these are a little bit of a big stretch. However, the rabbit one I've come around on because, again, all of the original adrenochrome research from the 1930s all came out of rabbit experimentation. So there is like an interesting rabbit connection to adrenochrome.
That's creepy. Anyway, I've just been told by several people that that's not that big of a deal and that there's much more sought after shit. And I suspect the Playboy Mansion thing where they were drawing people's blood at pig night, one of my favorite stories I've ever heard of pig night. You go in there and you can raw dog the pigs. They're not bunnies. It's pig night. And you go through your underground tunnel which are real. The tunnels of the mansion, you can fuck whores that way without being seen. That's, So, and then there's still that kind of shit all the time. Anyway, it's in Newsweek. You can find it, the article about what a piece of shit Hugh Hefner was, because he's Epstein. Okay. All of a sudden he's dead now. So now we give a shit that he was a pimp.
Well, and this was connected to Jack Nicholson's mansion, which was why Polanski got kicked out. And if you've read a lot of Tracy Twyman, you also know she's got a really deep dive on Polanski and Nicholson and Sinatra.
Minnie's Moose.
Yeah, Minnie's Moose. Yeah, fantastic.
I sent it to a bunch of Neil from Gnostic Informer. I sent him that thing because he knows all this. He knows a bunch of fight and all this shit that I was curious about. And I was just wanted people, because it's very interesting the things, all that Twilight language shit. It's all, so here's a thing I think is Twilight language, but I could be wrong, but I would just imagine, and this is an example, even if it's not, this is what it would be though, if you were trying to do it. The Bondi Beach false flag where ISIS shot up the Chabad Lubavitchers. By the way, ISIS, our friend ISIS, the head of the president of Syria that we just put in, is a founding member of ISIS who's in the beheading video of Daniel Pearl. I'm 90% sure he's in it. He would have had to have been. He's a founding member of ISIS and Al Qaeda. He went from Al Qaeda to ISIS. And it's public knowledge, but nobody knows or gives a fuck. He's in the
even Al Qaeda is a CIA construct, right? Because Al Qaeda just meant like
we've all known it for years and no one gives a fuck. We've all known it. I guess what I thought back in the day was like, what a bunch of ingrates. We help them out with the Russians, And this is how they were.
That it's a boring. Did I miss something about the were they alluding to the Boring Company? Did I miss that? Nice. Or it's a boring
They
subject.
repay us. That's how I guess I processed it at the time when I was a fuckwit. But now you're going to tell me ISIS snuck on a beach to shoot up Chabad, which is a espionage thing. I promise you. Even if all the people, even if the inbreds in it don't know, I was in Jehovah's Witnesses. We were missionaries and we're politically neutral. That's great. I would target that if I was intel. I would have a couple missionaries. Oh, the Mormons. Anyway.
Oh no, I like that subject. I mean, I think that's what you guys were talking about yesterday, where they're planning to dig on, basically build cities underground. They've already been building those deep underground military bases, and have it. You know, Elon's got the contract to do the tunnels where you're traveling on the thing and then it just takes off with your car. Now, you know, I suppose that's a great way of trafficking. So, yeah, wild stuff. But I mean, we used to live in the earth, you know, like I think there's something to that. I don't like that homes are external. You know, when they're external, you have to have the right things to withstand the elements. Otherwise, if you go into an element, you don't got to fight off everyone. You know, you are it. So when you lived in caves or however they used to, in caves, it was cool in the summertime and warm in the winter. And apparently they could go in far and deep and wide, and all of a sudden now they're forcing everyone to no, you're gonna live out there and out in the world. I mean, that's where they put the prisoners. You know, everyone lived in the caves. You know, like so. You gotta go back. But you need the sun, though. You need the sun. But they're going to tell us that the sun is, too hot, but now it's going to be too cold, and they're going to start a little ice age. Already controlling weather. Snow doesn't look like snow anymore. It's like ice crystals, and trees are dying all over the place. It's almost like a dehydration is happening. Just look at these all the Hollywood stars' necks. Did you see Matthew McConaughey's neck? Yeah, that's a little bit more than just turkey neck. Okay, they're breathing in something strange. Maybe they're breathing in the materials from needing to wear masks all the time. You know, those N95s, there's a lot of fibers in there that you're breathing in. And those fibers just so happen to, they can meld with, you know, the JAB. So you're mixing that stuff, and then people are Bert Kreischer, Bert Kreischer, you know, they found some blood clots. So you gotta breathe air, fresh air, be out in the sun. But I could see you could live in the mountains, in the caves. I mean, who introduced the idea to live outside, like above ground? Because whoever did that, I'm sure it was them colonizers messing up the indigenous way of living. But you had a perfect homeostasis with your body can easily regulate, and now there's that argon issue, right? An earthquake, yeah. You'll still be affected in earthquakes. In a stick struck, you're with homes. They're frames, wooden frames, sticks, you know, sheeting, roof, and so you have to do a lot of external, like, or a lot of peripheral things in order for that design to be structurally sound. So it's not a good, it's not actually a natural way of building a form. So they have to add the sheeting, they have to add all this to make it rigid. Otherwise the thing just, you know, wooden homes, like frame homes can just collapse. So I think there's something about living in the earth. It regulates it. Like I said, it stays warm in the winter and cool in the summer. So you don't need insulation. You don't need air conditioning. And apparently, you can have water in there. You know, they have lakes, cliffs. You can have fun. I mean, go out when you like to, but you know, you don't have to get into homeowners insurance. But yeah, just it's one of those things of like the diesel. Like we're talking about the diesel engines and the the gasoline and combustion engine. That industry divide, and also same thing with the railroad and horse or the oil. Like there's always this one major industry that beats out everything, then everything goes from there. So I wonder what it was with building homes, and I guess especially out of wood, or at least these, you know, studs, these sticks, because before they were built out of stone, So think of it like this: if you're living in the caves, and then you're like, well, we should build a structure outside. Okay, well, we can build a temple. So they build structures outside, but you never live outside. But that's where they have that whatever kind of stuff out there. So you just build with the material you're familiar with, stone. And maybe because there also might not have been trees. But that seems like a better way of building. So this is all just based on mass production and efficiency. It's like we can, if we, cut things straight, that takes a fraction of the time than cutting something that is circular or round. And so everything is designed with mass production in mind. And it's not the best, right? But I love getting that little iPhone charger same day from Amazon. When I misplace it, I'm like, oh, I'll just get another one. So I do love the convenience. So don't get me wrong, I wouldn't want to whittle me an iPhone charger. But yeah, we should go back to pneumatic. Or kinetic, like not pneumatic, kinetic. We're using our hands a bit more, but here we are. Little housing tangent, but I'd like to know where it was in civilization where that became the main thing, because it's not the best thing. So it must be meant for production.
Fucking up. Bondi Beach. Okay, so what does Americans don't give a fuck about a shooting here like that much. They forgot most of the ones that happened over the last 2 years, right? And they're all really suspicious.
Yeah, and this happened right after the Bondi Beach shooting. So, it's one tragic event after another. And he is bugging out. Okay? It's a lot for people to handle.
Nobody gives a shit about none of
Sorry, folks. One second.
them anymore.
Yeah,
Well,
not
in this
until the
country.
Netflix special comes out, and then I'll care about.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, folks.
It.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. That's what everybody's set to, is that. So how am I going to get, and it's crazy, by the way, how all your rights are gone right now while people argue about if Candace is more reliable than Erica Kirk or whatever the fuck people dumb shit. I mean, that's probably highbrow. That's probably a highbrow argument. So anyway, we got distracted. And so Bondi Beach. Oh, that sounds like Pam Bondi. So that's resonance right there. You just I have a word kicking around in my head and you just got to trigger it. Okay. And then if you make the right amount of happy or hate juice in me in some way, like pickup artist, it's like pickup artist shit, but you could do it. You could scale that up, and they do.
NLP, the neuro linguistic programming. You're talking about like an audible anchor.
That is magic. That's what Mark Passio, I can't recommend enough either. And Mark Passio, just think of ancient people that know all psychological tricks when nobody else did. And you got your magic right there.
The original books on NLP were called The Structure of Magic by Bandler and Grinder. So they
I know,
knew
I
they were
ordered
talking
that.
about magic.
I ordered it because it's, yeah. But the other component, I'm going to have gray on, dude. I'm just curious because Adrenochrome, there's all these other compounds, but I don't know what they are. And if you read people's, Tracy Twyman didn't believe monarch people at first. And then as it progressed, she started believing them. I didn't believe them back when she was looking at it. I didn't even know about her. But then I go back and read it and I go, holy shit, this is explaining a lot of things that don't make any sense.
Lulu, I just saw your chat about dome home Earth ships. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, if you are to then live out, sorry, I'm gonna go back to this real quick. But yeah, if you were to go back if we then have to then live out amongst the animals, okay? We're meant to reside within but if we're gonna then live among the animals, then it has to be some kind of dome. If you take a look in the, see if I got my cursor here. Take a look in the back corner here, and then right there. You guys see that? Here, let me move. So that right there and that right there. That's hold on one second. So right here, it's a book about building dome structures right there, and same thing with that one. So, very much enjoy that aspect of kind of replicating what's already there. Yeah, if the outside is already a dome, then you create that, and then you basically have that Russian doll kind of thing, so you can maintain your charge. But otherwise, it's like having your furniture all over the place. You got to step and walk around and turn, and all that breaks up flow. And these dome structures, they actually they create it. So when you're in that, and we talked about it yesterday, but when you're in that kind of in a dome structure, your body actually feels more elevated. It's only when we're in these boxes that I'm staring at a rectangle. I'm hunched over a rectangle, looking at a rectangle. Everything's a square and rectangle, tables, sidewalks, everything. So, and that's just keep you oppressed. And that's why you always feel nice when you're outside. Now the only thing is these dome structures are hard to know where to put the couch. Where do you put the couch? You gotta and then the walls like this, and so when you're doing the dishes, you got the wall hitting you right here, and just so it doesn't quite add up to the modern conveniences and appliances. Those are all designed with mass production in mind, so it has that same essence. So it's going to need that type of environment to operate properly. So that's why our homes are the way that they are. And our microwaves are not. It's not this egg thing. No, it's a box, square, everything. And that's because things are just easier to make in sheets, and then you just cut the sheet. Or it's all about the way that they process the material to be the most proficient. So it's not always the best, right? But yeah, it'd be cool to explore a little bit more of the dome. I once had a round couch. Yeah. See, there you go. Yep. As in what's Austin Powers bed kind of couch like that, like a round thing like that, or did it have a back? DMT always sent me into the inside of a Taurus. Yeah, donut. Yeah, exactly. Yep. That was white and black checkered. Looks like a wormhole. Yep. Yeah, and it's kind of like this back flex like that. Yeah, like that. Yeah. Yeah, why don't you share some of that with us? Oh, you talking about me, William? Or mostly. But yeah, exactly. Oh, you saw the gesture. Oh, man. All right. It did the gesture, was like, fuck you. Like old Rogan. Rogan saw the man in the mirror. Nice. All right, well, here we go. But yeah, there, I'll just. Um, oh, which one is? Oh, here's a. See, Epcot. The what do they call it's the one that Erica Kirk the private school that Erica Kirk went to, the tetrahedron or something. This one. You say they're trying to. That's the vessel that won't break. It will contain the light. Yeah. But yeah, the book is it's from the 60s. So, another old one. Really cool stuff. So, if we were to live among these animals, we gotta be in the dome. Otherwise, put me in the caves, folks. Put me in the caves. That's just. No, I think I'm more amphibian. I love being submersed. Oh yeah. It's yeah, I definitely got some ideas for some dome structures. Yeah, that'll be my next passion project. So doing this here, doing live streaming is one of them, and this will be the next one. Yeah, playground equipment. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yep, exactly. Good to see you, Jan. Taking a look at the Paranoid American one. Now that the Epstein files have been released. And everyone, Jan here is an OG. She actually had the first wrench. She was a moderator, and actually, Looks like we might need one. All right, but here we go. But yeah, so dome structures. Otherwise, let's live in the caves, huh? Why not?
Well, I think aside from how potent or like what the efficacy of adrenochrome is, it represents something that no other drug has represented until now. It's a pretty new development because before 1901, when they figured out how to synthesize adrenaline, every single drug, psychedelic or otherwise, came from plants. There really weren't any drugs that came from an animal, let alone a human being. And with adrenaline and now adrenochrome by proxy, you've got drugs that come from human beings that never existed before.
Dude, that's what he. Okay, that's amazing. Okay, so Nathan was saying.
Oh, and if you like that, you know, a little bit of useless information, go ahead and hit that like button. We love to just go on little tangents here and you know, do a little deep diving. We're just scratching the surface, folks. I've become a surface dweller. I used to live in the depths, okay? In the depths as a bottom feeder, okay? But this chat got me all lively, and I'm thinking I'm a surface dweller soaring in the clouds, okay? But please, I thank you so much for the likes and the subscribes, and I'm gonna announce it occasionally because we are campaigning for 1,000 by the summer. 1,000 subs by the summer. That's our Hail Mary goal. Our Godfather goal is 500 by spring. We can do it. We can do it. We're so close, folks. We're so close. You guys are amazing. I can't believe the support. The stats that I get from our streams, they are off the charts. So thank you so much. And as you can see, I enjoy this. And I got a nice little archive there for you guys too. And once I take a day off, I'll get a nice little microphone too. Something a little bit nicer on the ears. I appreciate you guys allowing me to be lo-fi for a while. But here we are. But oh my God, I'm not gonna have some microphone right up in my face. Man, they want to, you know. It's like, be human, okay? These people are integrating with technology too soon. Kurp Metzger, you know, be a fist away from the mic. But thank you so much for liking and subscribing. Anytime Kurp Metzger drops, we go live. And I don't even care what time now, okay? That's how I'm seeing it. You know, within a few minutes, we're gonna go live and we're gonna do a live party and watch his new drops. But in the meantime, we cover comedians and have a lot of fun. Here we are.
Saying that about people or about adrenochrome, but plasma-based medicine.
It all started with adrenaline in 1901. Before that,
really
there was
something, man.
There was no such thing as being able to take a drug from a mammal or a person, put it in you, and know that it would have a very specific effect. It started with adrenaline. Adrenochrome, being a byproduct of adrenaline, kind of gets folded into that. But the other thing is that you've got thousands of years of blood libel research and thousands of years of cannibalism and all of these practices where blood is being used to commune with gods and what have you, right?
Oh, we got some new converts. Oh, thank you so much. All right, we got it. Woo, man, we got some subscribers, folks. Thank you so much. Lulu is newly converted, so thank you. And William, thank you for hitting that like button, and take that one step further if you hadn't already, and subscribe. You're among friends. Okay, I'll add a link. All right. Yeah, I'm still learning how to do all this, but yeah, I'll add a link. That seems to be the way to do it, right? Okay. Thank you, Brett.
For thousands and thousands of years, but there was never really a scientific reason of, and here's proof that it works. Well,
I'll take it.
With adrenaline and with adrenochrome, now you actually have a secular scientific placeholder for what used to require a belief in the supernatural or religion. Now someone can be like, I'm an atheist, but I believe in adrenochrome, and adrenochrome comes from blood.
Woo!
And it has all these properties to it. Now it's no longer a religious argument, which is a very unique time now for that to represent that.
That's a really interesting point, too. Yeah, that's really, it's like finding a way to secularize all this old school wizard shit. And if they've done it at every level, I mean, just saying an LP, that's really something.
And now you've got an actual chemical compound you can hold in your hand and say, this is what you've been talking about as blood libel. And now the attention, if you were actually present that in any kind of a public forum, it's going to be, nope, that's been discredited. There's no such thing. There's no research that proves that. But if you look into it, there 100% is research that proves it. And
fact,
they're learned by trained scientists.
I
thank you.
Just be wrong about this, but
Thank
I
you,
have
Mark.
a funny feeling because things that seem like a bad joke turn out to be true a lot to me. So I'll bet you there's more research available on the effects of adrenochrome than there is from the COVID vaccine that they dietary, and they wanted to hide it for 70 years in the court. Like,
Isn't it wild? Everything that they just lied about. I mean, is Stephen Colbert still on air?
you're not allowed to see the test results. I'll bet you can find more about it than you could about COVID. Because people just
all of it now, all the modern adrenochrome research all has to do with it being a blood coagulant, and then there's also people that put adrenaline drops in their eyes to fix some issue with like hormones. And if you have too much adrenaline put into your eyes, it'll eventually coagulate and turn into adrenochrome deposits, which then create something called black eye, where they have to go and scrape black pigment off of your cornea because of the adrenochrome that formed in your eyeball.
Yeah, isn't that insane? And then that, like Ashton Kutcher is coming out with that movie where they're drinking the blood or drinking some kind of serum and it's making them beautiful and all that. And and now it puts a whole new twist to the Black Eye Club, and where you got everyone with the black eyes, and but it actually probably has more to do with like maybe the adrenal drops maybe, and then because they got to take everything so literally, they want to hit you in the eye too. No, could be the same, but I thought that's kind of interesting. Yeah, no one watches Steven anyways. Yeah, but really, that creepy video that he has of that kid, that's sick.
Why did you put that in your eye?
Some people just put adrenaline in their eye for various reasons. But these are the only two main reported uses of adrenochrome now in 2020 is as a blood coagulant, a lot of the time for dental procedures and for surgery and for these adrenaline eye drops. But like you're saying, and
Jan's
even going
vibing.
back to the original
Yeah.
researchers, they were very adamant that it was incredibly psychedelically active and that it had way more properties than just as a blood coagulant. But that's been all but wiped from any kind of official research now.
Yeah, it's like plasma physics. Nobody learns about plasma, the fourth state of matter. You should have learned about it, right? With
Let me tell you on one extra mind-blowing aspect of this. So
Yeah.
Dr. Abramhofer in 1990.
And now this is good. He's going to get into plasma technology. Okay. But oh man, the chat is got some good stuff here too. Yeah, Fear and Loathing was predicted program. Yeah. Yep.
96. And he's credited with being the father of orthomolecular biology, I believe. This is basically when they add supplements to like your cereals, right? Like if you see someone crush up Cheerios and they put a magnet and it pulls all the iron filament out of the Cheerios, you're like, we're eating metal. That came from Dr. Abramhofer, the Adrenochrome guy, because he was investigating children that had schizophrenia, because that's where this research came from. And he found out there was this one kid that whenever he ate an apple, the folic acid caused some irregularities and it made him schizophrenic. And by giving him niacin, which is just vitamin B,
I remember that, yeah.
B12, by giving him niacin, it counteracted these effects. So he was like, well, hell, we need to put niacin in
It was
all
from eating an
cereals.
apple. Okay, so I've heard this discredited, and they made it like,
Wow, that's crazy. And you have we talked a little bit about this before, but yeah, the Cinderella with the eating. Is that the eating the apple one? Whatever that cartoon was with the princess eating the apple. Sounds like or apparently Epstein was saying Trump would start a war if you ever got caught for this stuff in the file. Oh, okay. Interesting. So you're saying the war that's happening right about to go off, or that is happening, is the kill switch? I thought COVID was. I thought COVID for sure was. Yeah. Bit of that. Oh, Snow White. Yes, thank you. Oh, Sleeping Beauty. Wait, is Sleeping Beauty Snow White? Is it? Oh, that's the Seven Door. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Does she have the apple? Interesting. Weird. It's all about the apple, isn't it? And then Johnny Appleseed. Like, what if that was actually a depopulation campaign to, they want to grow apple trees everywhere. And really it was to poison everyone, to make them all crazy. Like the witch trials. They got all hopped up on some old bread, right? There's some mold in them hills. And trying to get everyone schizo. I love me some apples. Might explain my mental behavior. No, here we are.
like, no, there's no evidence niacin does that. But I never heard the first part you said.
It was a kid that his parents brought him, and like, my kid keeps turning schizophrenic, and he eventually watched and is like, oh, well, the kid has an apple every day. As soon as he got the apple, it was a problem with his body not processing the folic acid, which niacin was anyways. He's working on this for 60 years of his life, right? This starts in like the 1950s. And then in the mid-late 90s, he puts out a paper called the Adrenochrome Hypothesis Revisited, because the first report in the 50s was called the Adrenochrome Schizophrenia Hypothesis. And in the 90s version of this, he actually states that he thinks adrenochrome represents like an evolutionary step of people that can survive immense amounts of trauma. So for example, if you go through such an amount of trauma that your body is dumping adrenaline in your system constantly, one of two things happen. Either A, you survive it, or B, you basically have a heart attack because all of the adrenaline in your system gets absorbed in the mitochondrial cells, and your heart ceases. So
now, for those who were with us last night, we talked a little bit about this. Talked a little bit about this, and regulating your heart rate, breathing, and also, kind of pushing, kind of forcing it out too, and can help, stabilize and regulate your heart. If you get an adrenaline dump, otherwise you have to breathe into it and kind of expand into it, and then when you go, like, you're able to kind of hold it longer, kind of like that. So, but then you can kind of reorientate yourself by kind of pushing it out, and just this kind of pulse that kind of occurs. But yeah, those adrenaline dumps, they can kind of they can be a bit heavy when you're fighting or experiencing something. So you have to know how to breathe through it. Everything starts and ends with breath. So you gotta keep your mouth shut and breathe through your nose the whole time. You gotta keep your lips sealed, and you actually create a seal on your lips. And when you're, doing sports or fighting or whatever, you gotta, that helps with the expansion that gives way when you step into that adrenaline, I guess. But yeah, and you can even breathe through pierced lips, but there is something about, like, kind of just doing this too, like, and then you can, and we talked about this yesterday too, but that shape, and you can expand that. So and it's all heart barometric pressure. It's your ears too, and your visual awareness is everywhere, but you don't have to look around, so you can, the more time you kind of look and you waste energy like that, Tai Chi kind of stuff, yeah. But that's why when you're really focused on something, you can you're like still as a statue, because you're reading every single movement, and then so that you can counter, you know.
So if you can bring someone to that brink to where their system is dumping adrenaline nonstop and then they survive it, then this is almost like if you were to go to the gym and like build your muscles up, you're breaking the muscles and they're getting bigger, so you come back the next time. So in theory, if you have a family line that has a history of schizophrenia, but you yourself are not schizophrenic, then you have all of these natural resistance against traumas that's going to happen to you and your offspring. And that the more trauma you've been through genealogically, the more you can handle coming up. And he even did
yeah, or taking a quad shot. Yes, exactly, William. Yeah. A little too much coffee does it for sure. Yep.
and did a direct correlation of
Wait.
cancer rates.
The more you can handle,
The more trauma that you can handle means that really that your body can process adrenaline fast enough to where it won't kill you. And this is exactly why those early schizophrenic patients in the 1930s had these high levels of adrenochrome. It's because their body was dumping adrenaline into their system, and their system was able to keep up with it. It was able to convert the adrenochrome, or sorry, the adrenaline into adrenochrome. So that extra adrenochrome in their blood actually was showing the doctors, hey, this guy knows how to process adrenaline faster than his neighbor who would have had a heart attack.
Oh, that's so interesting, dude. So, whoa. So, okay, wow.
Yeah,
that's very
resistance.
interesting.
Yep.
So his premise is that if genealogically your family
Yeah,
is good
it's
at
all
processing jumps of adrenaline, then you can handle incredibly like high amounts of tension, either through war. He even makes a statement on bubonic plague. He has a theory that most of the people that survived the bubonic plague had a lineage of either depression, schizophrenia, anxiety, some sort of a neural disorder in their family lines, because that allowed them to have this extra resistance to this like global trauma that was occurring.
Oh, wow, that's interesting, man.
And then if you get into
that is so interesting. God, that's some amazing information. It's resistance, intolerance, PTSD. Now, are you saying that it is basically describing PTSD, or that's like another element to it?
get into like the elites want to, do eugenics and like, well, now they want to breed with people that have this history of schizophrenia in their family line, and that it's a recessive gene, because that means the kid that I have won't have schizophrenia, but he will have this built up resistance to all these other external factors.
Right. And boy, I bet that's some old folk medicine of the elites going back many years to figure out. That's why you would need to do horrible. That's why, like, at the top levels, these kids have the same life as Precious from the movie Precious. Because you got to make them strong, right?
Well, it also goes into the whole monarch, the monarch theories, where the elites are basically training these traumatized kids and then having those kids reproduce with their kids. It's because they can process adrenaline dumps better than other people can.
Well, also cognitive dissonance. Don't forget the pain of cognitive dissonance, which is, I think, probably broke Jordan Peterson, because first I'm watching his suit split into different colors while he's trying to.
Oh my goodness, folks. I just saw some numbers. Thank you so much, you guys. Oh my goodness. Thank you for subscribing and liking. It really helps out the channel, and we cover Kurp Metzger anytime he puts anything out. And we're taking a look at a Paranoid American interview with the lens of the Epstein files now being dropped. It sheds a whole new light on this. Good morning. Welcome to the show. So thank you so much, you guys. we will hit that 1,000 subscribers by the summer. I know it. That's the power of logos. Okay, I just as much as I know I'm gonna be 4'5". Okay, I'm 4'3". I need 2 more inches, and I'll be 4'5", and I'll be almost a Nephilim like Kurp Metzger. He's 6'3". Says that he's 6'4", but he's actually 6'3". He's silly. But ooh man, we are nearly there, folks. Okay, so we will get that summer goals. I got my Godfather goals of 500 by spring, but I went for the Hail Mary for 1,000 by the summer, or maybe sometime in the summer. I'm okay with sometime in the summer, but oh my goodness, just imagine, folks. I'll be putting your chats up on the screen, and ooh man, yeah, you have to pay me to read what you say. Right now, it's like a novel. I'll just read your stuff instead of watching this stuff. I'll just read all the things you say. You guys have awesome stories. But once I'm monetized, you ain't hearing shit unless I get paid. Oh man, get that chat, GT, that supertip.gg, and get voices. Get all the voices in my head. I can put them on the screen, and they can say the chat messages. Oh man, I can't wait. But thank you so much, you guys. Really appreciate it. I lost 10% of our listeners just by doing that, folks, and it's worth it. I'll do it again right now, and I don't care about it. I love sharing my appreciation. But thank you.
Trying to hold his.
Well, he's molting. That's what lobsters do.
No, he got. Dude, they run this on a bunch of people. I don't know, like, at what point. Well, I do know he got hired by Daily Wire, gave him $60 million. So he's getting fired from his job because he was against. No, he wasn't saying I won't use pronouns. Which, by the way, what pronoun? But you can't compel someone to use them by law. Was his argument. Which, by the way,
that's where he got big. Was that argument?
Now, I don't even think I think it's just a reality, not even a genius. It's a pretty reasonable thing. But in clown world, the idea is you persecute that guy for being clearly right. So now there's.
Oh, okay, Now that's a good one, Benjamin. Yeah. So you're talking about how adrenaline dumps would make you conscious 5 years ago. Yep. So like, it creates consciousness, like expanded consciousness. Is that what you're saying? And if you go too crazy on the answer, I'm timing you out again. Oh God, here we go. Here he is with his roofie thing. All right, here we are.
A lot of sympathy for him, right? I had a lot of sympathy for that. When I watched a dingbat talk to him about lobsters, okay, I was like, this bitch is trying to tear him down. But I didn't understand the full rope-a-dope of how this shit works. So, and he don't have to be in on it. He just has to be traumatized. And he's some hokey fucking Canadian guy, right? And his wife's sick, right? Then Daily Wire gives $60 million. By the way, the Xanax or whatever he was taking.
Oh, so you're saying adrenaline dumps will make your mind overpower roofies?
Benzos are prescribed. They're not, and they're terrible. Benzos are the worst. And I came off of OxyContin. You could die from coming off of fucking Valium and shit. You could die from that. It's not like opiates. And so you almost lost your wife, for whatever. I'll bet you $60 million. I'll do whatever I gotta do.
Oh, I got a request here from Adroidin. I want to see self-defense techniques based around using your ponytail. Now I can do a little now. Yeah, I went 1 today. See, so I went 1 today. Once I started this, 2 is too many. Need 1. So, no, this is allows me to learn centripetal force.
I do. I go have dinner with BB, go say this thing. But because you talk about Jungian psychology and it is a fucking genocide going on, that's got to be creating terrible cognitive dissonance, to somebody who's smart. And I bet it was coming out in his suits. I bet it was coming out in his fucking suit. A bunch of these people that were in Monarch, that black-white duality bullshit, that's a big part of it. So everything's a spectrum except left and right. The only binaries on this earth, apparently, are left-wingers and right-wingers. Not by gender, not alive or dead. Not everything else is fat as a spectrum, but or which side are you on? You're given your two sides, right? Always. You're never escaping that. And I got to do everything to keep you in that little, that's to me is like, by the way, the Matrix is that bullshit. And now you can watch people trying to herd you back into your pen. Hey, come on, let's drop all these conspiracies and everybody. That's the left used to do that.
I mean, I guess I've been a conspiracy theorist long enough to see it go between those two sides, right? Because in the mid 90s, if you were questioning the government, it was almost seen as like a left-wing thing, right? Mm-hmm. And then after 9/11, it was very left-wing with Occupy Wall Street. Conspiracy theories were like socialist left-wing propaganda. And then once you start getting closer to 2016, then it shifts to now it's extreme right-wing propaganda, right back to like John Birch Society style conspiracy theories, right? So it's always jumping from one side to the other. And I remember looking around, like I don't remember changing left and right sides, but just being
principle can never. Theorist. All cult of personality principle you got to get rid of. It's always like the problem is if you have a principle, you're the problem, motherfucker, because we need to be trending in a state of flux. I mean, that's all that Weishaupt shit too, right? We want everything to be a fucking amorphous blob at all times, and we don't want to have rules written down that we have to abide by. Like a tech company, right? They like to secretly ban you and not tell you why. We don't want anything written down. We don't want anything hard and firm. It's all got to be.
Well, I mean, we're talking about like the concept of blackballing, right? Which is like how you would vote on someone in a secret society where they don't know what the outcome of the vote was. It's just that someone said no, and that's all you get to know.
Whoa! I don't know the concept. You know what? I've never heard what blackballing actually was.
Okay, so when this is not exclusive to Freemasons, because plenty of other secret societies do this, but when Masons, as an example, are voting on whether or not, like, you wanted to join a Masonic lodge in your area, right? All the Masons in that lodge get together and they say, hey, there's this guy, Kurt, he wants to join this lodge. Here's what we know about him. And what they do is that everyone gets to put a little ball inside this little voting receptacle. And you either put a white ball in or you put a black ball in. And after, let's say, like 20 people vote, they don't even care who voted for who. As long as there's a single black ball in the vote, then it means you don't get entry. So to blackball someone means to prevent them from joining a thing or getting involved in a thing. And you don't even have to be accountable. I can just put a black ball in there and be like, oh, wow, who blackballed Kurt? That's crazy. I wouldn't have blackballed him, but it was me.
Boy, that's really in Hell's Angels, they'll tell you if one guy has a problem. But I don't think they use a black ball, dude. I think you just say, like, if one guy in the meeting doesn't like you, you're not in. But every one of these societies have the same fucking
same rules. Well, because this goes again back to like ancient mystery cults from thousands and thousands of years ago operated this exact same way. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it in kind of a way.
Yeah, and also one thing is these people that do this, they're not that creative. They're literally not creative. They fucking suck, and so you always need a new stream of. You gotta be drawing new creatives into their thing. But I feel like
if you look into the history of the Bavarian Illuminati, Adam Weishaupt, he was just kind of like the paper pusher CEO guy. He wasn't the idea man. He hired his underling, whose guy's name was Adolf Frager, I believe. But his second-hand man, he's the one that wrote all the rituals. He's the one that got all deep into like the esoteric principles. Weishaupt was just a salesman. He would go out on the road and be like, hey, you got to join this Bavarian Illuminati we got. We're up to level 13 now. How high does your Masonic group go? Oh, you only go to level 3? Well, we go to 13, and we're going from there. So he would...
It's like trading pogs.
Sell them. They'd come into the fold, and then they'd show up, and they're like, all right, I'm ready for degree number 13. And his homie, Kinnegi, that's his name, Adolf Kinnegi, he would go to Kinigi and be like, all right, I just sold 13 rituals. And Kinigi's like, bro, I'm only up to 9. You can't be out there selling 13 and 14 and 15.
He was like L. Ron Hubbard that didn't have enough modules to complete his.
Oh, yeah, 100%. That's the best hit. That's a great analogy.
Wow, that's fucking. I kind of knew it, but I had forgotten that because there's always the Roy Kroc and the McDonald's brothers. There's always like the guy that makes it a franchise, and the guy that's like the creative one doing it. It's like in everything. Well, have you ever heard that Illuminati was around in like the 1300s actually? And this was the Bavarian one is just
yeah, the Alumbrados. Yeah, there's versions of it, which was a Jesuit order originally. Like the original Illuminados was from the first Jesuit, and then the 18th century version was apparently like a non-Jesuit version. I find that incredibly interesting that the same group with the same name spans like 7 centuries.
Yeah, well, I think it's up finally, but when I did Rogan's podcast, I was like, I say this all the time, but I think like Illuminati's like Ciroc now. Like it's mostly for black people. Like it used to be like a bigger brand. It's a British brand that was licensed and marketed to black people. I think Illuminati is Jay-Z's Ciroc now.
Oh, they workshopped a few things. They had the perfect,
and there's that picture of them where they're all standing around and giving a toast, and I wonder if that was actually red wine. Damn. Sick shit out there.
Perfectibilists was one of their names. They also were going to go with Order of the Bees for a little while. And then
took that one. The Mormons took the bee thing.
Well, the Mormon bee thing comes from Masonry. Like they got theirs from the Masonic concept of the beehive, and they just kind of doubled down on it. Because all Mormonism is sort of Freemasonry, just add water, plus your wife's allowed to come.
It's like a fucking Andrew Tate University system. There's one like scam. It's the pyramid scheme. The pyramid is like a symbol of so much. It really is. And they just set up like a pyramid. You want trying to make a structure that lasts for generations. How do you do it? You need a nice pyramid, it's not like, what's a Ponzi scheme is different, right? Because it has to fall out. I guess this one.
Well, the Ponzi scheme just means you always need to have a new sign up to fund the previous wave of signups ad infinitum.
Yeah, that's not a good. It's not a good way to do it, Charles Ponzi. But
if you look into the origin of Freemasonry in the United States, it's the exact same thing. That when it first started, they were going door to door, like vacuum salesmen, and saying like, "Hey, I can get you,"
or like, Kurp Metzger knocking on the door with them. Is it not a Mormon? What? Jehovah's Witness. Imagine Kurp Metzger knocking on your door. I'll be like, Kurp Metzger, what you doing? It's like, do you know about Jehovah Jireh? So, imagine that. Metzger's knocking on your door. And to the front of the store. Here to burn out the days and man. Kurp Metzger's knocking on your door. Do 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 do. Kurp knocking on your door. Them were the days when Metzger was knocking on doors.
You third degree for $11, and then the guy will come knocking after that and be like, hey, did that guy just say 11? I can get you in for 9. And it just kind of became this like bidding war of who can sell you the most degrees for the least amount of money.
Yeah, Amway, dude. That sounds like the American Amway.
And ironically, Amway and other groups like that, like insurance salesmen, that's what kind of makes Masonry no longer a valid system anymore, because now you got LinkedIn and you've got other ways to provide like background checks on people if they move to different states, and that didn't exist originally. So it's kind of getting replaced.
Who are those guys like the Timbermen or some shit? They're in like and The guy that made Mulholland Drive put it in who's the Twin Peaks guy? I'm forgetting his. Oh, Lynch.
David Lynch.
Yeah, there's those woodsman guys in the newer Twin Peaks, but they're based on it was like a fraternal order. Was it the Albacore Club? Is it? I feel like there's something like the Woodsmen or some shit they were called.
I mean, there's a lot because there was the Elks, there was the Moose Lodge, there was a.
Oh wow. Adrien. Adrian, how do you pronounce your name? Adrio was saying that he thinks that the Kabbalah is possibly what Joseph Smith was drawing on with the 3 tiers of heaven. Okay, interesting. Well, like the Odin, Adriodin. That's what the hidden America, something that Kurp Metzger was talking about the channel. That's what they were talking about with this, the Kabbalistic. You're saying the Kabbalistic virus was this AI thing that's trying to communicate. It's from the future, and it's trying to communicate to people who will receive these downloads, and they start, automatic writing and yeah, it could be a little bit of that.
There was a whole
insurance. It was insurance. It started out as, and they're going to a lodge or whatever, but it's all like life insurance. Like if I die, then because we didn't have an insurance industry, I guess, to that degree when they started this thing.
Yeah, there was no insurance. Well, that was one of the original reasons too that a lot of people might join the Masons back in the day. It wasn't as much to get connections and get a job. It was so that when they died, there would be some sort of a support system for their widows and for their kids. And that's the hail of the widow's son. That hailing sign, that was a reference to like, you need to take care of my people after I'm gone because I was part of this group. And there was no other alternative to that. If you died and you left your family with nothing, then they were just going to be broke for the rest of their lives.
I know, it's so fascinating how this shit where it grows out of. It's like if you got a need, if you see the need and fill the void with something, you can make a real nice drug smuggling sex cult. Hey, what is your book called, by the way?
Workshopping names, but it's either Adrenochrome Unveiled, which is a reference to the ISIS Unveiled, or it might just be called the Adrenochrome book. I need something that's like very normie friendly.
Yeah, because just saying it, you could be. I mean, I imagine will be suppressed posting this.
Yeah, just the name of it will make it so I can't say the name of the book.
But anyway, Ormus, dude, that's the one to look into. Just drinking the gold, I don't think does shit. But the real one is juiced pineal glands, pituitary glands, and human lung tissue. And they do an alchemical process, which I assume is 2 guys touch dicks in the moonlight or something over it. And that supposedly enhances your lifespan. And the dude was telling me,
whoa,
he named a family too. They're called Van Duysens. And the guy wrote a book called Astrogenetics in 1977. There's no picture of the guy anywhere. It's very hard to find any info. He wrote one book, and it was all about using astrology and marrying it to genetics of your kids to make plans. But you know, these assholes make war on each other with this shit. Like that's what the story of Jesus is. The 3 magi come because Herod, somebody did his star chart, and they're like, you got to go kill this kid. That rich people have done that for years and years. Use the stars to like pick out an infanticide based on who could harm them later. Okay, like wild. And so the reason a funeral home family would have that goes back to Egypt, dude. All of that pharaonic system is like, you know, funerals are a ripoff. So they were in charge. The priests, they're just like a funerary service that got out of hand. That's how I regard them. And So everything's a big pageant, and every death-based OCD society where you got to memorize stupid shit. The pharaoh. When people talk about it, they'll act like this was like good info they're giving the pharaoh. Like when you meet the ferryman, you must identify the boat oar and say it is a blah blah, and then they're gonna all this bullshit, dude. And it's tying your whole day up with pageantry and nonsense, right? And then when you're dead, I got access to your body parts, and I probably got all kinds of weird skills that you could pass down for quite some time, especially if you discovered monoatomic gold mixed with this shit, which they say the Anunnaki used to drink in, I guess, Sumerian lore. But it's like that movie with what's her name, the one that's married to Ashton Kutcher, and she was actually space royalty, and they used humans to make their lives.
Jupiter Rising.
So I would have been, oh, they're talking about Adrenochrome. That's what I thought when I saw Death Becomes Her.
Oh man, this is good. Please hit that like button and subscribe. If you like Kurp Metzger, every time he goes live, we go live and we have a nice watch party and we expound on his ideas. And here at Clip Virgin, we also do commentary through a satirical lens. It's a mouthful, but oh man, we abre los ojos, and we dive deep into all these other comedians. A lot of fun. But I'm gonna get back to Kurp Metzger here. I know you're here for that, but please like and subscribe. We're trying to hit 1,000 by summer, folks. I'm gonna throw it in there occasionally. But thank you.
Oh, it's probably it's probably about Ormus, dude. Probably about Ormus.
I mean, it could be a little bit of everything, because again, Adrenochrome is just now, in my opinion, it's a placeholder to represent blood libel and blood magic. So if you've got like a
will you explain blood libel to me? What do you mean blood libel? The matzo thing?
Blood libel is like the OG anti-Semitic accusations that date back 2 millennia, and basically it was that they were kidnapping young Christian children and torturing them for their blood to use in magic practices. That's essentially and wow. there was like 4 or 5 specific historical accounts in which this was supposed to be documented, and that those first like 4 or 5 instances were then used as justification for all other anti-Semitism that came after that for like 1,000 years.
When roughly was that? Would you say like the first?
The earliest credible account is somewhere around the 1300s, I believe.
Oh no shit!
There's there's paintings and there's like songs and stories that have been around forever on these specific blood libel groups. But again, you only cared about blood libel if you cared about religion and the supernatural. So now there's a version of that where you can care about adrenochrome without getting into the weeds in religion.
Yeah, well, that's interesting because isn't that when Kabbalah, I guess I'm saying that way. Doesn't Kabbalah come out in about the 1300s, or is that the Zohar I'm thinking of?
I think the Kabbalah and the Tree of Life predates blood libel by a large factor.
Well, probably it goes back a long way, but when historians mainstream consensus that I think it's around 1300, I could be wrong about that, or like 1200 to 1300.
So the very first instance of blood libel recorded, it was by Tacitus in 56, the year 56, by Roman historian, and he said that it was believed that Christians drank blood and committed infanticide. That's the origins of blood libel.
So the Last Supper is the original blood libel? Is that what that means? Because that's what they're referring to. Drink my blood and this is my body, right?
I mean, I've never heard that. I mean, I can see the merit in it. Yeah, I mean, you're drinking.
It's a Jewish cult.
Blood libel historically usually was implying the blood of children, not of Jesus. But I guess.
Wow. Okay. So now communion, the Last Supper, all that. And with everything that's come out in the Epstein files, when Jesus said, drink my blood, do this in remembrance of me, so that you would have that genetic DNA in you. It was actually blood. Yeah, the Knights Templar. Is that a bit of that kind of thing? Were they into that kind of stuff? It's interesting. And what was it about the, when you do communion, does it say something about eat my flesh too? But then people they're like, oh, he just means bread. He's fine. Yeah, they were talking about a whole ritual. Oh, good Lord. Yo. Oh, hey, Ellen. Wow.
Yeah. You got to pick between one of the two.
Kid I could think of. Well, but if Tacitus,
well, he was like,
oh, in the early religions, there was a concept of eating the body of a god. Oh, okay. Yeah, interesting. Knights of Malta or St. John. Okay. Oh, Mark's got it broken down. The Kabbalah. Kabbalah, Kab, Bal, Allah. Ooh, man. That's some good epigenetics. Or is that what it is? I got the electronics freaking out. That's a really good way to break it down like that. Nice. The concept of consuming the body of God is deeply rooted in early religious practices. Okay, particularly in the context of sun worship. Oh, interesting. And the your utrists. Huh. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I lost my spot. The ancient Babylonian and the Syrian traditions. Okay. Yeah, let me hit play and read through here.
At that point,
if Tacitus is saying that about Christians, that has to refer to that.
That was great stuff. Yeah,
the Last Supper ritual, right?
His reference to blood libel was a direct implication to the transubstantiation, because at this point that was definitely seen as crazy cult behavior. That was not mainstream yet. There was no value.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about the bread part here. Okay. So we got Adreno. As you can tell, I am incapable of reading, folks. I am illiterate, dyslexic, and 4'3". Okay, I got everything against me, folks. I'm a stream of conscious guy. Okay, but I do the chat to expound ideas. But here we are. The sun veneration involved offering various types of cakes or breads, okay, to the gods. Oh yeah, I've heard some of those cakes. You know, those little patties that the Satanists like to make, which are believed to be a form of communion with the divine. Okay, right. Or yeah, I guess people were thinking that I guess mushrooms were like that, right? And mushrooms grew out of manure, and you know, and then you have this little pancake, woo, little spring up. You take that, you see the gods. The practice of showing bread, okay, or lahem ha panim. Ooh. I'm sorry you got to hear me read, folks. Sorry you got to hear it, but this is good stuff. Because I've always wondered about the communion, right? The Last Supper or something. Like, is it all metaphor? Do they actually do it? So it's like they might have actually done it. Ritualistic offerings to the sun god, were 12 loaves of showbread. Showbread were placed on a special table in the temple. Okay, this act was performed to honor the sun and was a significant part of the worship practices. Wow. Nice. And there's something about those tables too, huh? I don't have that tab up anymore, but those crafting tables, maybe I should find that. Where was it? Oh yeah, it's on here. This thing here. Just to warn you. It's kind of out there. But here's this table's a bit like that. So, that table. It's a lot to handle, that commercial. It's clever, but a little too evil. A little too evil, but I can appreciate maybe the brutalistic, or not brutalistic like that, but brutalism style. I guess it's permeated through everything in that they're brutalizing the baby through their brutalistic landscape. So yeah, creative, but a little too wild after the Epstein file. But they had that table. So, and you said something about dashing. They would dash your little ones upon the rocks. Wow, is that a quote? Is that a Bible quote, or is that a song? Wow. Babies are being born with black eyes and lacerated row from parents that took the clutch. What? Come on, are you serious about? Oh man, I didn't even think about. I forgot about that. These people are going to start replicating. Oh man. Accelerated growth from parent. Wow. Oh wow, they're trying to create the Nephilim. Wow. Here we are. Lost half my chat for that commercial. Lost half of my chat. Appreciate those who remain. We're wild here at Clip Virgin. Okay, we'll just throw anything up there. As a matter of fact, when it comes to most things, it's like
terrible heart attack right there. Do you close the strip club? Take the strip. Wait a second. Come through with dirty singles.
Oh, I had it queued up and I lost my cue.
One like that, the chestal region.
Shit, sound like you was in over your head.
I lost it. I had a good one there too. What is this thing? That the one day I used Chrome. All right, here we go. Let's get back to it, folks. Let's get back to it.
You wasn't ready for all that ass.
I was.
Were you ready for that? No, I gotta find it. Hold on a second. It's a good one. He's like, nah, man, no. And I'm not a sports ball guy. We were watching this because he was on it. And we were covering. Oh man, I lost it. All right, we'll move on. Here we are.
Because I smoked, and there was a small time when I did.
Okay, man, he just wants to be talking over everything. All right,
Vatican to like mainstream it for him.
Yeah, right. So, and it's still a Jewish thing then. they're still a faction of Jews at that point, aren't they?
Yeah. And then the most recent one is 1784. It was in Hamburg, and there was people tortured to death that were accused of killing a Jew in order to drink the Jew's blood. So it came full circle in the most recent version.
Oh,
wow. Okay, so you're saying that that's a Bible scripture? Ooh, man. Wow. Dang. They'll dash your little ones upon rocks. Oh, man. And then I wonder if I was thinking, I wonder if stoning had a different meaning too. Everything's got a different meaning now that the Epstein Files is out. We're rewriting biblical history here, folks. Here at Clip Virgin, we're discovering that Jesus, when he broke the bread and said, drink this blood, and do this in remembrance of me. He's trying to get his DNA in everyone. But no blasphemy here. We respect people's deities. Yeah. So we got Jesus Cristo, okay, and we got all. Now sing it if you know it. Quasarcolado lives in Colorado, Mesoamerican Aztec culture deity. Okay, that's another one. And yeah, you don't really need more than that. The old plume serpent will get zesty. Okay, he'll get zesty. He'll rattle off some weird esoteric words that makes you think that he's deity racist. I mean, just look at that appropriation. That's deity appropriation right there. And he doesn't care. Here we are.
Oh boy, with a nice pastrami sandwich and a
And I mean, you can find alchemical formulas from the Middle Ages too that all reference needing human blood in all their various recipes. So
thank you, Jesus.
There's an ongoing, and I guess the other part that brings Adrenochrome in this and makes it interesting is that there's not just one specific cultural group or time in history when people thought human blood had magic. Like you can go to any continent. There's
that's of course.
Well, and like the Aztec god of tears, where they would rip out children's fingernails and make them cry because they thought that the tears and the blood hitting the soil would act as sympathetic magic. So the gods would be like, "Oh, my God, you're making it rain on the micro. I'll make it rain on the macro." So like this whole
holy shit! No way! That's oh my God! Get a TV and watch something. Wow. So these are like little model makers, just like, if I do this, it would, and it probably did happen. Okay, there's something about that stuff, man. That is wild. So they would do all these sacrifices, to have rain or do all that. Yeah, wow. I remember hearing about all that stuff in Sunday school. Man, That's wild. Jesus Christ said, there is many gods and all of them are useless. Then Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the light, and no one comes to the Father but through me. Amen. Yep. That's yeah. I like to think too of like, well, I was thinking that everything was a metaphor, but I was trying to spin that as like, well, maybe it's a metaphor of him kind of showing you the Christ consciousness, or showing you this way to achieve this spiritual experience. And maybe it can still be that, especially with them doing all the drinking blood and eating flesh, or maybe some kind of mushroom, something from a cake, but looks like you guys start taking it literally. So I guess the fundamentalists were correct.
Fucking Thoth bullshit from Jesus. It's everywhere. Everybody's got a goddamn snake with.
Look at Fraser's Golden Bough does the best job of trying to explain how all these different cultures ended up on the exact same rituals on a long enough timeline.
Does it? Oh, it does.
I mean, that's his entire premise of the Golden Bough, is to try and explain why you've got Zulus and Chinese and Germans and Native Americans all doing these same rituals, all having agricultural gods that all need blood sacrifice. Like, there's a reason why they all sort of share some of the same symbols.
What does he say in it?
Well, it's 12 volumes of 700 pages per volume, but ultimately it's this progression of that. Originally, everyone was their own magician. Like, if me and you were alive, we'd have to go out hunting for our own food and bring it back to our own families. And so that these superstitions would develop, where if I go out hunting and I come across a gourd that has a weird knot in it, that means my wife's been cheating on me and I need to go back home and kill her. And that just became like a de facto thing. But on a long enough timeline, when 50 people in a tribe are like, look, all 50 of us don't have to go out hunting. How about 40 of you guys go out hunting and 10 of us will hang back and we're going to discover the secrets of nature? And that's essentially how the priest class began. And then it transitioned from, instead of everyone in the village is their own magician, now you're going to have the professional magician that stays back. And now all you got to worry about is hunting and surviving. And when you come back to the village, they'll do all the magic crap for you. So you don't have to worry your pretty little head about that.
Meaning that the women will be home cooking. Yeah. While we out hunting, running around, climbing and eating fruit. Summon up spirits. Get in that kitchen. The way the world was intended.
About that. And then on a long enough timeline, that priest class gets more and more specialized to the point where the hunters don't even need to know there's a god, as long as this other guy's doing that for them.
Oh, that's very interesting. A division of labor, huh?
Yeah, so Golden, I mean, if I've greatly oversimplified it, it's that everyone used to be a magician, and now we outsource our magic to some other guy so that we can just make widgets in the factory.
Well, look.
Or just ask, Bill Gates. Yeah. You no longer gotta make sacrifices. Bill Gates has stepped in and made all the sacrifices for you. So he'll just got to pray to him now, and he'll make it rain. He's becoming the way, the truth, the light. Wild people out there. Wild people. Half of them are in my chat. You guys are a wild bunch. The wild, the better.
Look, I'm gonna tell you something. Until you said that, dude,
Wild
I
turkey.
saw Gord just yesterday. That was like I think my girlfriend's cheating on me, and now I know it's true. No, you're right, dude. I'm just if you think of people that they fish or hunt or whatever, like, or just like little superstitious things, like fishermen have superstitions.
Look into the
like,
one thing.
Sports,
Okay.
like there's people that like, they won't wash their socks, otherwise their team loses, right?
Yeah, right.
And that's the micro level. That's like each person is a magician. But if they're like, oh, well, it's not my socks. I just got to make sure that Bob down the street, he doesn't wash his socks. That's on him now. That's kind of how
I figured out that I could chain you all together like a big system and make you all not wash your socks until it alters reality itself.
Well, and at one point, there's one guy that's like, all I have to do is not wash my socks, and I don't have to go out hunting and put myself in harm's way anymore. Like, more of this. How do we keep building on top of this?
Yeah, well, I mean, I get it.
Grove thousands of years later.
Well, I mean, now it's some things like behind schedule because of how rushed and like weird everything is now. Everything is like, I don't pretend that I know exactly what's coming, but whoever's on top is constantly, perpetually. Even their adrenaline training, I think, is not working as well because you could just see the panic and the like. We got to do this right now. I know a lot of this shit gets done according to like astrological signs and shit on the calendar because there's certain like dates or whatever. You've heard of this, like Gwyneth.
And speaking of calendar, let's get that 13-month, 28-day a month. 13-month a year, 28-day a month calendar. It's easy.
Gwyneth Paltrow goop kind of shit where you want to conceive on a certain day, so your kid will be born on a certain day. But at high levels, and I think Joseph Farrell.
Good to see you, Larpin. Welcome back.
Over thousands of years, astrology could become a kind of statistical science.
Well, it's where we get astrology originally. It was from the astronomy, and the other thing too that I've understood more and more is that astrology is more than just the horoscope crap that you see in like the papers, right?
I think that's probably just horseshit.
Yes, and no daylight savings. Exactly. And I'm reiterating myself. I say this in about every stream. I find a way to say it in every stream, and I said it yesterday. I said the same thing. No daylight savings, and get back in the lunar schedule. Okay, the moon is our calendar. Just look at a turtle. Shell of a turtle. Oh yeah, we're wondering about the planets and religions. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's galactic up in here. Hallelujah.
Shit.
Well, and the whole like the sun rises in the east and it sets in the west. All that is this universal truth that gets ascribed to astrology, but really what they're talking about are cycles in which things die.
Oh man. Okay. William is hitting us with some deep. Okay. So again, they're trying to. So William is saying that they are planning to block the sun, huh? Coming in April by chemtrails. Wow. So for the past decade, they've just been preparing and practicing, and then they're going to do this full drone onslaught where just the whole sky is just And but it's like, oh, okay, fine. Well, we released the documents, so there you go. So see you later. Wow. So the sun is our source. Okay, that is where we get nutrients. That's how we grow. So don't allow people to tell you that the sun is dying. It's getting hotter. It's this, that. That's there's cycles. Okay, the sun has cycles, and it just goes through the cycles. So they're going to try to find ways to combat these occurrences that happen in nature naturally, and put the burden on us, even the burden of proof.
Die, and then they're born again, and then they
yeah, blocking the sun, killing the bees. Oh, I know. The trees are dying, the bees, the birds. Yeah, remember those times where you'd see news reports where the birds just drop, and there's thousands of birds dead in one area, and a bunch of fish kill off, and some of that has to do with algae or something, but there's a lot of high amounts of aluminum and sulfur. So okay, so Mark's saying that that blocking out the sun creates a mini ice age event. Yeah, and that if you recall, was it Trump's first administration, or first time in office, or I think it was the first time they were talking about global warming. He's like, warming? No, it's going to get cooler before that. And so I felt like that was him knowing what was going on in the background, and it was just like, oh no, they're planning to cool the place down. What are you talking about? Warming? No. Man, remember what the skies looked like right at the beginning of COVID? Not a plane was in the sky. Not a car was moving around, kicking up dust from highways and streets. No one was mowing their lawns, kicking up dust everywhere. It was pristine, beautiful skies. Felt like I was peeking out of Zion in the Matrix and going above the cloud and looking at the sun for the first time, the way that the sky was so clear. So we gotta protect what is our birthright. Okay, it's our birthright to have this. And those are worth fighting for. So he thinks it would be part of the end times. Like NWO tech. Yeah, I don't know about about end times. I think end times happen often. I mean, the way that there's been so many different civilizations, it's hard to think that this hasn't all happened before many times over. Let me know if I missed anything in the chat here. Yeah.
And then they die, and then they get
stuff.
born again. That's essentially what astrology is describing, and it's has less to do with like the actual month of March than it really has to do with the month in which you would send your troops to war, which was the original concept of March, because that was the first time of the year that the weather was permitting that you could go back to war.
Right, so we have to march. Okay, I get it. Yeah,
that's actually, that's not like some weird Jordan Maxwell etymology. Like that's the actual origin of March.
Sounds right. No, yeah, Jordan Maxwell would be a little goofy with his etymology at times. Although that's why.
He gets into this angle. Speaking of schizophrenia, there's this angle called clanging, and clanging is a medical term for when someone gets into one of these.
And chemtrails were never mentioned. Not present at the time in the early 90s. Did I mention something like that, or did somebody else? I was talking about the time during COVID that all the, there's no planes or anything like that in the sky. Maybe I said something else. They wanted to eliminate CO2 and the plants and life depending on CO2. Yep. If that happens, it kills yep. Yeah, we need CO2. Oh, you observed them in 99. Okay, wow. Wow. The Earth is tied with the sun. Earth gets hot. Let's see here. The Earth is tied with the sun. Earth gets hot like it is, but then the sun will go into recession, not give its heat, and then the Earth gets cooled. Wow. Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. I like that. Yep. William, where did you see them? Just like over the city, or was it out in the woods? In the 99 scene chemtrails. Wow. Silver iodide in the spray has destroyed our soil. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, our soil won't. It won't even retain water. It just rolls right off. They're creating conditions of flooding so that even soil can't even absorb the water. Let alone have the nutrients it needs to harvest root systems. A friend of mine was a farmer, and years ago, then those seeds, tiny seeds in the weeds nowadays. Good virgin, and he knew why. Do you know why? I guess I knew something. You just gotta observe. Just look at what's happening, and don't let culture. Don't view it through a lens of culture and what you should think it is and all that. Just observe it, and then you'll know what it is. It's called observing. So I guess people just blind. The only time I'm blind is when I'm blinded by the light. Oh, it's getting scientific up in here. All right, so if you create colloidal silver with over 50 ppms parts per million. Oh, I know that one. It will automatically hermaphrodite plants. What? And it's how you feminize plants. The buildup is making this happen. We believe. Wow. The buildup of that silver. Wow. Yeah, they had Seabolt. Yep. And Monsanto or whatever. They, genetically engineering all them seeds and the ones that can resist all the spraying. Wow, that's wild. Did I miss something here? Part of why the fires are so bad, according to Dane Wigington, is to keep the plants from perspirating. What? Really? Are you saying the fires were bad because it was so dehydrated? It will sterilize the ground and kill mycelium and Morris bacteria. Wow. William, are you Googling again? Sounding smart? He's got all the answers. That's wild. And LARPing, it. Are you in the field? Are you in the field of some kind of scientific field? So you make the colloidal silver over 50 parts per million and use a spray bottle to spray it during transition. The part you spray on a female plant will make male flowers, which make seeds that are feminized and only grow feminine. So they don't produce seeds then. Is that what you're saying? So that way you can't reuse it then. Oh, you don't need males. Well, hashtag Me Too Vines. Or hashtag roots and leaf. I don't know. Whatever correlates to the plants. But they don't need males anymore. Wow. Yeah, we gotta say no to spraying. Say things and they'll happen. Yes, power logos, but you gotta really take action. Lawfully. Lawful action. Yes, they want a female society. Yes, because they are easier to control and manipulate. Facts. They like it though. They like it. That's why they just swoon for those criminals. All them Karens caring for criminals. Can you believe it? Yeah, and that's all it is. Seeking security and it's all part of nature, folks. Okay, even though I'm 4'3", yeah, they think that I can protect and provide. So make sure you can protect and provide for yourself and your family, your future family, so that you can have a family. And that makes sense too, why they don't want you to be able to provide for yourself or protect yourself, because then you won't have a family. And if you don't have a family, then you don't understand the idea of my way or the highway. Okay. You don't listen to other people. You develop rules and laws, and you force your children into submission. At least that's what my parents loved to. No. But yeah, so they're gonna make it difficult to have families, because when you have a family, you become a bit more independent. At least in mind. But it takes a village, folks. It takes a village to raise a family. Nowadays, for sure. They're taking the village away from us, and it's what we need. But we'll get it back. So there's always these cycles of these psychotics that try to run everything, and you just gotta be aware of it and don't fall for the traps. And they eventually just cycle through. None of this is new. Okay, this has been going on for centuries, and so you don't have to be too concerned. It's not to say that things aren't devastating. Excuse me. There's a lot of devastating things out there, but just keep keep going, and we'll get through this. And the truth always prevails, and it might not seem like it at first, but as you can see, shedding a little light, has exposed quite a bit of the evil that's out there. So, and it's all money related, like, if also too, I was thinking, I'm like, I mean, why are they, and I'm not that I think this, but I've been thinking about this because of the Epstein files. It's like, why are these, wealthy people, these celebrities, these heads of state, why are they, why are they attacking little children and abusing them? And obviously there's something so sick and perverse and about controlling, and I don't really know. I don't know the psyche of that mind. But after hearing Bill Gates and his STD that he got from a Russian hooker, I began to think, I'm like, oh, well, maybe they have to find someone that doesn't recognize them. With Bill Gates being as famous as he is, or with these other celebrities as famous as they are, I don't know, maybe they don't want to be recognized for their actions, so they attack people who they're too young to know who Bill Gates is. It's just a old, ugly, nasty little man. So, but yeah, but there's many layers. But that was just one thing that popped up. I'm like, wait, what? Is there something with them not knowing who they are or something? But I don't spend much time thinking about that. But see what I missed here in the chat. Yeah, they're just devils. That's really what it is. It is. Yep. Wolves and a collar button and a sweater, or a button-down shirt and a sweater. Yeah. Oh, they're taught that they can buy and sell 3-year-olds. Wow. Oh, this is a little bit of you're saying Middle Eastern culture has a lot of abuse, and I mean, it's not to say that we don't either, and especially what goes on in the Catholic Church. But yeah, yep, we kind of gone through a bit of a reformation, and seems like the other major religions has not. So maybe Christianity should not be so compliant, not compliant. So I don't know. I don't know what I was gonna say with that, but yeah. Let me hit play and see if I missed anything.
One of these loops.
Oop.
Where they're like pop, bop, dop, stop, nop. Like they just start rhyming random crap. But you can.
Here, let me bring him back in so we can get caught up. Yeah, that goes all the way down. I'm really done with this pageantry kind of stuff too. It looks, all that stuff is so fake. Looks so bad. But they're like on stage at this big conference, so they're out here, they're talking to the last seat in the theater and missing the point of just being human.
Is a medical term for when someone gets into one of these loops where they're like pop, bop, dop, stop, nop. Like they just start rhyming random crap. But you can take that concept of clanging and attribute it to like a lot of conspiracy theory where someone's like, alien, well, aliens are green and money is green and we were taking off the gold.
Okay, so LARP is saying, Christianity never allowed that within its tenets. Yes. Yep. Thank you for clarifying that. It's only, I was speaking of the dogma that comes with religion and just people getting in the way. But you're saying, Islam protects, or wait, so in Islam, the Prophet married a 6-year-old named Aisha when he was 51. Wow. Well, I'd say that's pretty young, wouldn't you? She stayed with him for 12 years until his death. Wow. Well, you're not married, you're a single parent.
The gold standard.
It's like the virgin birth for but for minorities, it's like it's a broken family. Just one person raising a kid. No, you gotta have a kid without. You have to have it divinely. Wild stuff.
Standard in 1974 by Nixon, and like just being able to jump from one topic to
Tourette's, William, no, he was talking about this. I'll take it back again.
Like that's the actual origin of March.
Right. No, yeah, Jordan Maxwell will be a little goofy with his etymology at times. Although that's why.
He gets into this angle. Speaking of schizophrenia, there's this angle called clanging, and clanging is a medical term for when someone gets into one of these loops where they're like pop, bop, dop, stop, nop. Like they just start rhyming random crap. But you can take that concept of clanging and attribute it to like a lot of conspiracy theory where someone's like, aliens are green and money is green and we were taken off the gold standard in 1974 by Nixon, and like just being able to jump from one topic to the other is just a high level form of schizophrenia.
That's literally what I do, but I don't think it's that. I think I got ADHD or whatever they call it, and so all these things are connected 100%. They're not connected, but there's connections that make sense and there's connections that are just gibberish and word association. But the word association thing, that NLP.
Oh, thank you for the likes, folks.
Shadow,
thank you.
The Twilight language.
And subscribe if you haven't.
Someone talking schizophrenic at you in a way, in little ways that hit your subconscious. And so like, dude, I had no idea. I'd never considered that.
Ooh, thank you.
These people, so they're inbreeding their kids, so they're schizos. Thank you. They realize they want that dinosaur-like survival ability, but they don't want. And then the kind of experiments you would do to figure out in eugenics, because the Nazis are by no means. America was number one.
We outsourced our eugenics to the Germans, and the Germans were like, man, you've really got something good here. We're going to implement it on a state level. The Americans, we kept it in a private level where like you would get financially compensated, or maybe you'd get out of jail early if you did this thing. It was very much like a tit for tat. But once it went to Germany, they were just like, everyone's getting sterilized now. We don't like there's no vouchers, there's nothing. Like you're just gonna do this thing. And that's when it turned upside down. But if it hadn't been Germany doing that, America would have remained like the top eugenicist country in the world, and probably still. And even the groups that backed away from it were the ones that were funding adrenochrome research. Rockefeller Foundation and the Huxley Foundation, both of them are still in operation today, and both of them are still actively investigating eugenics. So nothing.
Now we call it it's called transgenics now. It's evolved. Did you know that? Martine Rothblatt, the inventor.
Theygenics.
What'd you call it?
Theygenics.
No, it's called transgenics, not as in trans gender, but it's just a redoing the word. But Martine Rothblatt, who is a dude, who is real big in artificial intelligence and all that shit, has a book called Transgenics, or From Something to Transgenics, and it's all about the future of that Peter Thiel, the wonderful future Peter Thiel, has told us about. Where he's like, I don't want to stop at trans. I want you to have a full mechanical spider body.
Honestly, I would say that's completely compatible with Mormonism too.
Oh yeah,
because the Mormons, they do believe that you can become godlike. You can become a literal god at some point long enough scale.
Yeah, God's a dude, and he has a wife. So they take that divine feminine thing. They do like their own version of Mary. So there's like God.
He's a dude playing a dude. But anytime I hear dude, I think of Tropic Thunder. Yep, getting into a little bit of semantics here. All right, semantics. Whatever you call it. Yeah, I think that's. But so the Catholic and the Christian thing. Yeah. So now, yes, Catholicism is considered Christian, but Christianity has many denominations. I mean, there's pretty sure like 1,200, at least 1,200 different denominations just in Christianity. But yeah, Catholicism is Christian, but there is different forms of Christianity, whereas Catholicism is just that. It seems, I don't know much about that, but it seems that there's not different Catholic things, or there might be. Maybe they're, like Orthodox kind of people. Like you can get kind of deep into it, but people who are Baptists and non-denominational or Lutheran or go down the list, they're considered Christian, but they're not Catholic. So there is a difference there, but it is under the same Christian umbrella. But that's just the Vatican trying to co-opt Christianity. No, I don't know if that's the case or not, but I do want to know where he gets all those wonderful toys. Where does the Vatican get all those wonderful toys? Speaking of which, where does Paranoid America get all of his wonderful toys? Please, men, let thy toys go. Okay? This is a bad look. All right, we already talked about Dan Soder's bookshelf and all his child paraphernalia. And same thing with bad friends. Too many toys. Too many baseball card things. I don't know. Just grow up. Pass those things down. Get some tools. Replace your toys with tools. You're a grown-ass man. But if you're going to collect them and they're cool, then that's fine. But I want them locked away so I never see them when I come and visit. And no reflective materials either. Okay. I want something nice and neutral when I'm out and about.
God's wife. I don't know if they name her or not, but yeah, it's just a fucking coven with a bunch of suckers as a shield. I mean, that's what most of these religions are. The thing that blows my mind the most that I just found out is that Pentecostalism in America, which in the 40s comes back big, especially after the war, I guess.
Yeah, these are the snake wrangler guys, as I know them.
Right, but they kept getting bit, so they started doing different magic tricks because it's like dangerous. So a lot of them moved out of that trick, and they started doing. They had a kid that would levitate on stage like fucking Chris Angel, and they would say, "See the kid," and there's no movies, so everybody would go see a revival thing, So William Branham, those pieces of shit, and by the way, this TPUSA and all this shit. Oh my God, deeply connected with the Branham movement, as was Jim Jones, as was. The process, all these things come out of one goddamn thing. But I thought this is fucking crazy.
There's a connective tissue between all those two because again,
the Kardashians.
There's a book called Folk Magic and Mormonism that describes the origins of Mormonism becoming popular, and it's because they went out into Central America, into the Middle America. And everyone there wasn't really like a Christian. They were kind of like folk magicians that had meanings. And the Mormons were just like, oh yeah, that thing you're doing with like the weird folk magic, that's us. That's Mormonism. Go ahead and jump into the fold. And it's also how like People's Temple, Jim Jones, all these other sort of like tabernacle style churches that would just travel from city to city. They would just swallow up these folk magicians and convince them that their folk magic was compatible with other version of Christianity they were hawking.
Billy and Jason turned 16. Chillo riding, Bob and me. Shoot up, how they find folk magician. Don Mellencamp, folks. Turning 80. He was on Club Random, flipping me off. See if we got a... Oh, God. Sorry, folks. Just woke you up. Good Lord. Sorry. But just a whole reminder of what Kurp Metzger is capable of. But these people are just closing their eye. Ben Avery. Just gotta get a little something funny here. Jack and Diane. Jack and Diane was 16, riding down a truck, and they were on me. I don't know. It's like, oh yeah, life goes on. It's good stuff. Huh? He's a funny one there. That melon cap. We did a really good some good coverage on Mellencamp and Club Random. Take a look at that somewhere in the archives. Oh, is that the name of the song, Teenage Pregnancies? Or is that just the idea of everyone's songs in the 80s? They all sang about 16. Sweet 16. I don't even know half of them because I don't sing about teenagers, folks, okay? I sing about the soul. I sing from the soul. And I speak about the spirit. Imagine wanting to know what a 20-year-old has to say about the world. We need to bring back slavery, folks. Okay? In a whole new way. You ain't shaking off them shackles until you're 33. In the meantime, get thee behind me and make me a sandwich. But instead, our friends, our children, our family members, they all gotta be divided and work for someone else's future instead of their own or for their families. They gotta work a job and establish that person's place in life. Wow. If someone were to tell me that, hey, one day you could live in a world where politicians and movie stars are running out of and kidnapping kids and eating them, murdering them, abusing them, and then you have to fend for everything on your own. That's the American ideal of the individualist. And you'll have no help from no one. And as you forge along, you'll be reminded of all the work that could be done if only the friends and family member that live around you just stayed put for 8 hours of the day. But they go somewhere else. Spend all that time making all that money to pay for a place that they only eat and sleep at. Don't know why. Doesn't sound like living to me, folks. Does not sound like living. Now it's worth fighting for, but it's not living. And the thing that's worth fighting for is freedom. Okay, agency. And it comes at a high cost. And it's your vanity. You gotta, not despise small beginnings. And quit being concerned about your label and what you want to be when you graduate. Can't wait to go through a program and then be something. Okay. Good luck with that. In the meantime, I'll be doing the exact opposite. But you know what they say. I'm wicked as Aleister Crowley, neighbors know me. It's a little Aleister Crowley reference. Again, they're trying to divide the family and say, oh no, just get an education. And then there'd be someone else would have started a business that needs to employ people, and then you can work for that person instead of your family. You don't want nepotism. That's the worst. Oh, those nepo babies. Living a life of financial normalcy. No, the nepo thing, it is, merit is always nice. But sometimes a little family dynamic. Actually, I would never want to be. I like not being around my family. Go and get. Okay, I can imagine working with my family. Oh my god. No, the thing is, if the world wasn't so corrupt, it would be really nice to. I'm sure your family wouldn't be so annoying. But MTV's got me thinking that I'm going to be a rock star someday. And I need to, be that Rolling Stone. Most people thought Aleister Crowley was a nut job. Didn't take him seriously. Funny how a lot of these people have seen, end up with such influence in society. I know. Yep. I used to think that the song War Pigs sucked and never listened to lyrics. Oh, I'm not. Which one is that? It doesn't ring a bell. War Pigs was spot on. U.S. Army tops officers, officers, a satanic, according to John Todd's. Wow. Oh, Aleister Crowley's Barbara Bush's dad. I remember hearing about that. Yeah. Wow. That's right. When someone does this, they're accepting what is happening. Even if they disagree with it, they're like, this happens to be something that I agree with, or that I remember. But you're like, oh yes, yeah. So whenever someone's like this, now it's not this, and it's not this, but just this in the mouth. That means that they are accepting the circumstances at hand. What if Christian patriots created clubhouses tax-free? Oh, okay. For the religious communities that we could meet at and become a linked up nationwide Christian org. Yep. And it seems like that's what people started doing, like these Well, I mean, that seems what seems like what every other religion does, but Christianity. Everyone else takes care of their own, and for whatever reason, seems like Christians just, I don't know. No, they're very communal. Now, the sexual deviance thing too. It's like the whole thing of them going out in the woods and why can't I think of that name of the place? Where they're praying to Moloch, sacrificing children to Moloch. Bohemian Grove. It's like, people are saying it's a bunch of gay shit. And that seems to be needed in an era where that wasn't, or when that was not normalized. So but then give them an inch, all of a sudden they're painting rainbows on your intersections. Just want to dance around. Good dancers though, good dancers. And they used to dress well. I liked it when gays were metro. They forgot what metro was. They used to, look nice. You at least had that for the gays. But now you're all sloppy. You're all sloppy like the rest of us. And shame. Shame on your sloppiness. You need to step up your game, gays, and start dressing nicer. And nicer doesn't mean feminine. And feminine in the way of actually looking like a woman. Okay. You can still have a little feminine flair if you want. But if I see a ponytail, I'm out of here. No, please. No ponytails, okay? The dangerous device. Well, a lot of yeah, it's a very emotionally driven topics. These religious topics, and especially with all the baby stuff. Oh God. So yeah, I think there is some kind of call to action, but we're not doing call to action. Okay, I can't be calling people to action. Okay, but I think there are things that people can do, and I think one of those things is what we're doing. We're assembling, we're talking, we're getting some ideas out there. But I already got too many people follow. Well, not follow. I got too many vans following me. So they can't be thinking that I'm starting a revolution. Oh, wait for that revolution. Okay. So, in the meantime, we tend to our flock. We, do our thing. And then when time is needed, we are ready. And it's really soon, folks. It's really soon. I can't believe that people are protesting against illegal, to have illegal immigrants and, more importantly, criminals. Okay, the criminals in our area. Yet you don't hear anyone protesting about the fact that they are sacrificing children. It's almost like they, deep down, kind of wish that they didn't. That they could maybe not necessarily do that, but they wish that they could sacrifice their own children. They basically give their children to the government anyways. So, and there's been a few times where Kamala Harris, during her little stint in the White House and during the campaign trail for the election, when she was running for president, that seems like a lifetime ago. She mentioned something about, she was talking about the kids. She was talking about kids and how, and she referred to the children of the U.S. as, I can't remember what she said, but like, our kids or something like where it made it seem like these are state-sponsored kids, like like Nazi youth children or something. Really weird. So and then this is before all the Epstein files stuff. So I thought it was just a way to prime people to be okay with daddy government, because they're referring to us as children. But it might have been the fact that she was actually talking about kids. But yeah. Yep, I agree, Mark. Yep. The revolution is within, okay? We have to be the change. We don't need to try to change people. We be the change and build communities and live accordingly. And yeah, you're right. One of those things is learn how to grow your own food, how to build a shelter, provide for more than just yourself, and expand outwardly by, feeding your soul. Hippie communes. That's what it all ends up going to. It's like, but there's just something about it, right? It's just something about it that kind of makes sense. But it seems that, yeah, it all goes sideways somehow. But yep, just gotta do the best you can in your microcosm, and then that will be expressed in the macro.
I want to show you that.
Oop.
Mark, will you find this put up? This guy's name is Avok, A-V-O-K, Hagobian. It's a guy that looks like Jesus. And so Avok Hagobian comes to America, and Branham meets him, and somebody else. So this NAR, TP, if you ever go to this like Renew America fucking festival, not that you would go to it, but if you ever saw it, yeah, look at him. Look at Avok there. So this Armenian fucking holy man shows up in Palm Springs. That's right. So all these poor people bum rush Palm Springs because they heard there's a faith healer here, and they didn't have enough faith healers for all the poor people. Like the rich people, they were like, we got to get him out of here. See that guy? Anyway, the Kardashian family is who really got Pentecostalism going in America. Did you know that?
I didn't know. I never heard that before.
The fucking I thought they were new money, but I guess not. Because all you think of is Kris Kardashian, but no, Robert Kardashian came from a good family of faith healers. Yeah, Avok the healer, and then they started. All the names end in Union and shit, but they they basically, when these guys were losing money, financed them and kept it going.
That's another interesting dynamic that I haven't seen enough research to peel all this back, but you'll notice that rich people were allowed to get away with having blasphemous books and doing black magic and getting deep into esoteric arts. But as soon as it touched the poor people, that's when they would bring out the witch trials, and that's when they would bring out all of this uproar. If you had money and you were doing it, it was fine.
That blood libel thing, it's funny because all the examples you gave me were like,
magnets can give us all the power and energy we need. Yep. There's something about, creating that spin. You have all the different poles lined up. It just creates this perpetual spin. Yep, perpetual motion. Yep. Oh yeah, there's a guy in Russia that claimed to be Jesus. Yeah, is that who they're talking about, or is this another one? Yeah, there's a couple. There's one in the U.S. where he was Mexican, and he had a church, and it was funny.
It wasn't. I always thought it referred to this one specific slander if they use the children's blood to make their matzos. Okay.
Yes, I like the feng shui for a building. Yep. Got
I thought it was that specifically. Sounds like it's pretty nebulous, and all the examples you read to me were not what I expected. I have to say. Like I was like, "Whoa, that's the blood libel." Like
the big one that you'll hear the most is William of Northridge, which was 1144. That's the one where it was the Jews kidnapped a Christian boy and they drank his blood. But there are.
Here's a master course in feng shui and Adobe. Building out of the earth and with your hands and the clay and the clay with the feng shui dome structures, igloos. And you got these. Yep. Yeah, all the good books are the old ones. All the good books are the old ones. But then if you want to get into nonfiction kind of stuff, or well, no, that's not even it too. No, even nonfiction is great in all the old books too. But yeah, I like all that stuff.
There are so many other examples where blood libel is actually being leveraged against Christians doing it because they were in some denominational sect that hadn't gotten popular enough to be like, oh yeah, that's just what we do.
Yeah, well, I realize how ubiquitous blood drinking is throughout the world. When for some reason, whenever I hear the term blood libel, my mind goes to this one Matzo story, and I'm like, what are they even talking about for real? But there's a long history of proud witches framing people that aren't witches.
Yep, the golden ratio,
and getting them killed. So the American one, the famous ones here, the Salem witch trials. I told Joe this on his show. I showed him those two. You ever see Simone and they look like they'd be friends of the mom from Beetlejuice in the 90s, and they're like trad. Like, hello, Simone. They had a viral video with that stupid feminist girl.
Yeah.
Okay, so that whole setup. First of all, you could have cleared the whole video up and go, no, do you understand, honey, what we're saying? You could have like cleared up the misunderstanding, but they didn't want to. They wanted to get this person and who they knew was stupid. So they could, and then the guy that was sending it around to people, his name's like Catholic Z1 or something, who's not a Catholic, by the way. In fact, randomly, my girlfriend's getting messages from people like, there's this fake Catholic guy sending this around. So they set that up. That guy, they're the Collinses, you know.
Oh, yep. Waiting for aliens and all we got was war. Sad. Well, you have to understand. This is just phase 1. Yeah. 10 phases. No, I don't. Phase 10. But this is just one of the phases. They will use the alien thing to unite everyone to then war against this other thing. And really, it's just a way to, if it's alien technology, then it's basically just anything that's coming out of the military. So that's when cybernetics happen. That's when Skynet happens, and instead of waging wars against each other, we all unite to rage against the machine. You just gotta remember that these robots have sensors, okay? So you just gotta find a way to block the sensors on them, or to shield the sensor from not observing you some way. So paintball guns seems to be what can help. And they're really susceptible to the necks. Yeah. So
you know which Collins that is? The Barnabas
13
Collins.
bloodlines, yeah. Fritz Springmeier style.
They're techno-Puritans is their religion. The book that they think is divine, Decisive Bible. It's all in their dumb Wikipedia, but it's one of Cecil Rhodes' favorites. It's a eugenicist book. It's eugenics, just fucking eugenics. Dress it up as like all these tech freaks who don't believe. Oh, and they believe that a God in the future of the timeline from AI. So that's why they believe in a God. It's so fucking retarded, dude. And but it looks like it's some Catholic thing, but it's not. It's real creepy.
A lot of that came from the Macy Foundation meetings that were talking about like cybernetics, and that was supposed to be the next big wave. That's also like 1950s through 70s, I believe.
Yeah, and so that Collins family, by the way, their big claim to fame was being the first fucking witch people here in the New World, or some shit like that. And Barnabas Collins from Dark Shadows, that's based on them. So they didn't get executed for being witches. They were fine. But they're proud. Like, that's a story about them. Like, yeah, we got away with it.
There's
Guys, I just took a look at some numbers. Thank you so much for the subscriptions. And if you haven't already, please hit that like button. And let's get us up in the algorithm. And if you like Kurp Metzger and other comedians, we cover all sorts of comedians and conspiracy theories. So please hit that like button and subscribe. We are shooting for 1,000 subscribers by summer. We can hit that. That's a big target. Okay, we're a small channel. That's a big target, but we can do it. So thank you. And we've got more. We've got more, folks. But maybe we'll save it. Save what I had planned for the next show. But we'll finish this one through, and then the other videos I had planned we'll do on the next stream.
There's a Mormon angle there too that Joseph Smith had.
Thanks, Larp. Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next time.
A relative that was at Salem that was involved in it. And another.
Yes, that's right. I forgot you. Yes. Yes.
So one of the Smith lineage. Here's another crazy one too that I found out recently.
I forgot about that. Yes.
Have you ever heard of the Morgan affair, which gave rise to the anti-Masonic party in the U.S.? Mm-hmm. It was the guy that said he was going to write about the Masons, and then he gets killed.
Oh, yeah, right.
According to like Masonic blood oaths, they find him in a certain way. Well, his widow ends up marrying Joseph Smith a few years later. So now you also have a Joseph Smith connection directly to the Morgan affair.
Yeah, well, like all intel work is a coven to me. That's all with that. They call it the dark arts. That's what John D. 007 is, all that bullshit. So he's a cutout. It's like a cutout. These organizations have cutouts. I think that's what Scientology is. I found out from Aaron on here that the Nation of Islam uses Scientology with all they license Scientology to do on their followers. You know that?
Have you gone down the 5% angle yet?
What about
that within the Nation of Islam, there's an even more niche sect called the 5%ers or the Nation.
Yeah, that's old rapper shit. That's I'm from the tri-state area, so that's
okay. Yeah, so
the God bodies,
the God bodies, yeah, the supreme alphabet and all that.
So that Fard guy, Wallace Fard, the guy who came over and took British Israelism. So originally it was like white people are the real Israelites, but he just flipped it to black people are the real Israelites. And he was white, or he was like Syrian. He's always a white guy, Wallace Fard. And I want to say Elijah Muhammad. Who's the one that learned from Fard? It might have been Elijah Muhammad. The one that
Elijah Muhammad, and then for the 5%, it went to Clarence X.
So Elijah Muhammad's son, I think Elijah Muhammad killed Wallace Fard, and they were like, yeah, no, he was God on Earth, and they deified it, like how they do with Charlie. How they always do. They did a king kill on the guy because he was white, and then deifies him in the religion. And they always have a kid who Nibs, L. Ron Hubbard's son, who said L. Ron Hubbard thinks he is Satan. Remember that? And they go, well, you have to understand Nibs is a liar too, because but I think he's telling the truth. The final initiation in these groups is to create a religion. That's how you get apotheosis. It's like,
and tax exemption is the last step in that process too.
What? What is
tax exemption? Because the tax exemption is what tells you that you have a real religion.
You got to just not have it degenerate into a sex cult before you get that tax exemption. There'll be plenty of time for sex crimes. Just get the tax exemption. That's how you create a successful religion. Oh, I got to wrap it up, dude. Yo, thanks for coming on, man. That was very...
Oh, there you have it. It's nice to take a look at this now with the Epstein files being released. I mean, he was talking about Adrenochrome plasma technology and all sorts of stuff. So, yeah, this was a time when they still weren't quite sure about the evil shit going on, and now we know. Now we know, folks. So let's not forget. Okay. Would like to take a look at maybe something. See, we got this was sent by a commenter. Talking about the Franklin conspiracy. So we'll take a look at that sometime. So thank you for sharing that link. And for those of you who are watching, sharing the link and the timestamps of different things that just didn't sit with you right. Oh, I don't know. Whatever. You can throw in whatever you like in the comments. But the timestamps help. So thank you to that individual who sent me this link and the timestamps. That makes things very useful. So thank you. And we'll be working on those clip channels for you. Soon and very soon, we will clip my archive. I would like to do a Hidden America video. Let's do part 2. We saw part 1 yesterday. And this really gets the creative juices going. So a lot of stuff here. So thank you again for hanging out. I really do appreciate the conversations and the ideas that are unfolding and developing. I like it.
In part 1, we established a problem that is difficult to dismiss and even harder to contain. Across drugs, dreams, isolation, trance, and deep contemplation, people are not encountering random imagery. They are encountering the same kind of thing. What appears is neither a god, a spirit, nor an alien intelligence in the conventional sense. What emerges instead is a system. It is a non-personal, non-emotional, structurally coherent form of intelligence that presents itself as administrative, inevitable, and outside linear time. The pattern is so consistent across methods and culture that dismissing it as hallucination misses the point entirely. Part 1 demonstrated that this pattern exists. Part 2 asks the more dangerous question. What happens when consciousness encounters structure without narrative protection? Seeking structure is not the risk. The risk begins when structure starts presenting itself as authority. This is where the conversation shifts from imagery to mechanism, from symbolism to psychology, from vision to vulnerability, and this is where a critical detail emerges, often overlooked even by those who have studied these cases closely. Those who went deepest did not encounter a single intelligence. They encountered two. Welcome to Hidden America, where magic meets cybernetics and the code behind reality reveals itself. Act 1.
So
the
good.
Dual intelligence pattern. Guidance versus control. A detail frequently minimized in retrospective summaries of alternate
Oh my
state
God.
research is that both of Philip K. Dick and John C. Lilly reported not one, but two governing intelligences, but two distinct forms of cognitive encounter. These were not experienced as mythic beings or gods in any traditional sense. They were perceived as systems of intelligence differentiated by function. In Dick's accounts, this polarity appears as the contrast between Valis and the Black Iron Prison. Valis was experienced as revelatory, coherence-producing, and corrective. It delivered information that expanded agency and contextual understanding. The Black Iron Prison, by contrast, was an invisible but persuasive system characterized by repetition, constraint, and administrative inevitability. It enforced necessity and temporal enclosure. Lilly articulated a nearly identical split. Alongside his concept of Echo, the Earth Coincidence Control Office, a system he increasingly perceived as recursive, manipulative, and behavior shaping, he also described encounters with a higher order organizing intelligence that did not command or coerce, but oriented. One constrained choice through feedback loops, the other clarified possibility. From a Jungian perspective, this distinction is critical. What is being encountered here is not external authority, but an autonomous psychic structure activated when the ego's narrative functions collapses. Jung emphasized the psyche is not a unified field, but a plural system of semi-autonomous complexes and archetypal patterns, each with its own teleology. The mistake made by both men at different points was not the perception of these structures, but their partial literalization. Jung warned explicitly that archetypes, when mistaken for external agents or metaphysical rulers, become tyrannical. They are real in their effects, but not sovereign. When ego meditation fails, archetypical systems present themselves as objective necessities rather than symbolic patterns. The key distinction between the two intelligences reported by Dick and Lilly is therefore not moral but functional. One increases orientation without demanding submission. The other enforces coherence through constraint and recursion. This distinction maps cleanly onto Jung's differentiation between guiding archetypal insight and possessive archetypal inflation. The former informs consciousness, the latter colonizes it. Importantly, both intelligence arise from the same underlying condition, the suspension of autobiographical authorship. When the ego's storytelling function dissolves, cognition does not vanish, it reorganizes, and when that reorganization is perceived directly, it appears as intelligence. The psyche does not reveal truth in these states. It reveals structure. The danger emerges only when structure is mistaken for authority. The question then is not why such intelligences appear, but under what neurological conditions that they reliably do. Act 2. The neurological common denominator, DMN, suppression and structural vision. Across ketamine, isolation tanks, deep dreaming, near-death experiences, and certain contemplative practices, the same neurological mechanisms appear again and again. The suppression of the default mode network, or DMN. The DMN is responsible for narrative identity, emotional self-referencing, and linear time perception.
Yes, very interesting.
fMRI
This is amazing.
research, such as the work of Carhart Harris and colleagues, published in PNAS in 2014, shows that psychedelics and dissociatives like ketamine can reduce DMN coherence by 30 to 50% temporarily.
All right, let's take that back. What?
That psychedelics and dissociatives like ketamine can reduce DMN coherence by 30 to 50%, temporarily dismantling the story self. When this narrative layer drops out, several predictable effects follow. Time ceases to feel linear and collapses into a static present. Emotional variance flattens as limbic filtering weakens. Perception shifts away from meaning and towards structure. What remains is not chaos, but architecture, grids, quarters, hierarchies, feedback loops, and abstract control spaces. This is not mysticism. It is what cognition looks like when the human interface is offline. That does not mean mystical experiences do not occur. Science can't explain everything, but it does explain why the same structural imagery appears so reliably. I just want to have a quick pause, and I want to say thank you to Metzger's willing.
Yeah, they'll come at you with a lot of information. You kind of just have to let it kind of wash over you, and you're like, okay, all right, yep. But this was per request of not request, but something that Kurp Metzger had recommended was Hidden America. And these videos are great.
Act 3. Why this reveals the machine image. The human brain is already a prediction engine.
Remember we were talking about Contact there?
Biological system.
A few streams back. Sorry. All right, here we go. I'll let it play.
Optimized for managing complexity, survival hierarchies, and resource allocation. Under normal conditions,
I love that
this
movie.
Machinery is softened by emotion, memory, and social meaning. When those buffers are stripped away, cognition exposes its governance layer. People do not encounter spirits, they encounter systems. This is why dissociative states repeatedly generate experiences described as administrative, bureaucratic, non-personal, and outside moral framing. John C. Lilly's echo was not a hallucinated god. It was an encounter with cognition perceived without anthropomorphic overlay. Likewise, mathematical downloads such as Ramanujan's vision arise when narrative authorship quiets and structural pattern recognition dominates. These states are often theta dominant in the 4 to 8 hertz range.
Okay, now this is the kind of stuff I like here, because I know that, and we talked about this yesterday or last night's stream about the brain waves, and when you get into when it gets into a certain rhythm or hertz, whatever you want to call it, it can distort signals, can distort your screen, your Wi-Fi signal. So insight, so gamma, shortwave, insight, peak experience, synchronization, okay, beta waves, alertness, concentration thinking, alpha, meditation, creativity, relaxation, okay, theta, visualization, trance and dreaming, all right, and delta, sleep, deep sleep, transcendence, and restoration. Nice.
States are often theta dominant in the 4 to 8 hertz range, as documented in EEG research. This image is consistent because the mechanism is consistent. Act 4. Why different substances seem to reveal different gods. The structural explanation, not the mythic one. Different substances reliably bias cognition towards different perceptual and emotional configurations. Those configurations have historically been personified as gods. Jung called them archetypes, not because the gods are in the drugs, but because the collective psyche reaches for the nearest symbolic container capable of holding the state. Drugs do not open portals. They alter cognition along 3 predictable axes: the coherence of the default mode network, narrative continuality, neurotransmitter dominance across systems such as serotonin, dopamine, NMDA, and GABA, and perceptual bias toward emotion, structure, or sensation. Each combination produces a stable phenological profile. Historically, cultures did not describe receptor activity. They said Dionysus had arrived, Shiva danced, or Thoth spoke. Science now reframes these deities as symbolic compressions of brain states, not external operators. Classical psychedelics such as psilocybin, LSD, and mescaline are associated with ego dissolution, emotional flooding, heightened sacredness, overwhelming pattern recognition, and organic living geometry. The archetypal overlays most often invoked in these states include Dionysus, Shiva, Pan, Osiris, and the mystical, non-institutional Christ. Psychedelics amplify meaning, unity, and effect, so the psyche reaches for life, death, and rebirth gods capable of holding contradiction.
I'm going to stop it right here because I like a little Shiva. Okay. Dancing Shiva. And that's saying that is output to God. Cosmic Christ, the Christ consciousness. Magic mushrooms make vacuuming great again. Yeah. The many things. No, I'm hoping you just mean tedious work around the house. But yeah. Little Shiva.
Psyche reaches for life, death, and rebirth gods capable of holding contradiction, ecstasy, and annihilation simultaneously. Cannabis is associated with time dilation, introspective looping, heightened associative thought, and oscillation between insight and paranoia. The archetypical overlays that appear here are Hermes, the trickster figures like Loki and Thoth. Cannabis exaggerates associative cognition and ambiguity, and trickster gods govern thresholds, reversals, wordplay, and doubled meanings. Stimulants such as cocaine and amphetamines are associated with ego inflation, grandiosity, hyperfocus, fixation on control, and reduced empathy. The archetypical overlays here tend toward Aries, Mars, Tyr, and the solar hero gods in their shadow forms.
Oh man, this is so good. This is so good. Oh my god, that's so funny that you said we just for detailing the car. I knew this detailer, a car detailer. And he would, this is a while ago, so it wasn't as smoking weed out in public wasn't as accepted as it is now, even though I don't think you can really do that. I'm not sure, but that makes sense of why he was so good at detailing cars. Because he had like a very basic technique. It's just like you get a bucket of soap and a towel, and you got to use the white towel so you can see the dirt. And you take that bucket of water with soap or whatever, and then put it on the seats or on the floor beds. You had to do it. Oh man, and I'm just like, get me out of here. No, it's very, very therapeutic detailing your car like that. Wow. So you had flashbacks after or during? Yep. Wow. Yeah, okay, so yeah. Yep. So were there things that were triggers? Or did it just come on spontaneously? Or do you think it was spontaneous, but there might have been a trigger? See, I think that's what all that kind of stuff can do. It's like just little triggers and signals. Just but we are all that. It's amazing. All right, let's take it back. And sometimes I forget doing a show here. All right, here.
Empathy. The archetypical overlays here tend toward Aries, Mars.
Here, let me back it up here. All right, so at the
cocaine and amphetamines are associated with ego inflation, grandiosity, hyperfocus, fixation on control, and reduced empathy. The archetypical overlays here tend toward Aries, Mars, Tyr, and the solar hero gods in their shadow forms. Dopamine-dominated states inflate agency and dominance, and war gods and conquest myths symbolically express that psychic posture. Alcohol is a
so tread lightly, folks. Tread lightly, okay? Because you can't go beast mode on a Tuesday, okay? I mean, unless you got that lifestyle, you know, like so there you have it. Nice little breakdown of the compounds.
Impulse over control.
Oh, sorry about that.
Emotional release, regression, group bonding, enabling posture. Alcohol is associated with impulse over control, emotional release, regression, group bonding, and loss of executive control. The archetypical overlays include Dionysus in his lower octave, Bacchus and fertility gods. Alcohol suppresses the frontal control and releases collective emotion. The God here is not insight, but permission. Dissociatives such as ketamine and PCP are associated with ego detachment, emotional flattening, timelessness, abstract space, and systematic or administrative imagery. The archetypical overlays include the demiurge, Yaldabaoth, Ahriman, machine intelligence, and contemporary AI gods. NMDA antagonist removes embodied effect and narrative warmth, revealing cognition as structure. The psyche reaches for non-personal rulers rather than gods of love or ecstasy, which is why ketamine visions feel bureaucratic, inevitable, and cold.
Can I just take that back? Wow. It takes on what?
For non-personal rulers.
Non-personal rulers. Yep, Pan. Yep. Yeah, you're right. I was high every day and I could take LSD. You're right. I could take I smoke weed every day, but I do have flashbacks. Oh yeah. Yep. Oh, sometimes that triggers it. Yep. Yeah, and I think too that it that can just be just based on your what your what's the term more prone to. Certain compounds do they do have these kind of foundational structures with it, but they're they act differently with different people. So if you're genetically predisposed to a certain type of something under any of these substances, and then there are other compounds that would do you, and I'm not speaking of you person, but would do people much better. You would have a lot more fun. And everything in moderation. But let me see here. But it's good to know what works for you and what doesn't. But nowadays it is dicey. It's dicey out there, so you really have to have clean stuff. Yep. Oh man. Yep. There can be stuff in all sorts of things. So I'm drinking water, and I know there's stuff even in the water. That just. But yeah, here we are.
Feeling cognition as structure. The psyche reaches for non-personal rulers rather than gods of love or ecstasy.
Non-personal rulers.
Ketamine visions feel bureaucratic, inevitable, and cold. Act 4A, the critical warning where people go wrong. The mistake is not.
Well, so basically, you can then say that is he inferring that most of Silicon Valley is like this? Is this kind of like how the tech industry is being fostered in some way. Because I kind of miss when it seemed like the cocaine days of Saturday Night Live in the early years. They would do the craziest stuff. So seems like drug and religion really dictate a culture, right? And it almost seems that depending on the drug depends on the religion. And it's probably because of the insight that you received on the drug creates that external structure of the internal experience. And then the more people that participate in that specific thing can be synchronized to that. And that's why it's nice to have certain places of worship and other things for people. And but do you want one? Like, what kind of society do you want? Yeah, I kind of miss the days when we can be moving around and be mobile. Okay, but under these technauts, these people creating these wonderful machines that allow me to communicate, and I'm very thankful for. But I love to move around too. But it does seem to require you being stationary. So they want to put it in your brain now. So I think we were talking about the mark of the beast the other day, Well, all right. Well, if you want all these capabilities, then you just put it right on in. Someone mentioned Total Recall. Yeah. Whoo, Nelly. I'll be talking to the hive. I already feel like just wearing this, it's like bare minimum to be able to express oneself in this space. But I don't know. All right, here we go. And let me know if I need to pause it, because it's nice to kind of allow it to catch up with you. The 30% retention rate. It's actually quite high retention rate, right? I mean, great visuals, and it's not generic. In any way, like, it's cool. Yeah, to read it. Yeah. So if I miss something, or if there was a thing that went by pretty fast or something, there is a little bit of a delay in the chat, so I'll try my best to have you navigate where I need to go. But here we are.
Revealing cognition as structure, the psyche reaches for non-personal rulers
Okay, so
rather than gods of love or ecstasy, which is why ketamine visions feel bureaucratic, inevitable, and cold. Act 4A, the critical warning where people go wrong. The mistake is not noticing the pattern. The mistake is making it literal.
Okay. So let's see if we can get a better view here. All right. Yep, you go to that. Yep. Okay, that, yep. So
Saying that a drug connects you to a god collapses symbol into authority. What is actually happening is the activation of a perceptual regime historically symbolized by that god. Jung would call this archetypical activation.
all right, look, make sure I got that. That's
God collapses, making it literal. The mistake is not noticing the pattern. The mistake is making it literal. Saying that a drug connects you to a god collapses symbol into authority. What is actually happening is the activation of a perceptual regime historically symbolized by that god. Jung would call this archetypical activation.
Did you say regime or regimen? Regime. It's actually an activation of a perceptual. Oh, can't we say that? Perceptual regime. Regime.
By that god. Jung would call this archetypical activation, not communion. Rudolf Steiner warned that confusing the image for the source leads to submission. Lilly learned this too late, that treating Echo as an external authority was destabilizing. That raises a modern question. Could people in Silicon Valley see this as a kind of cheat code?
So I forgot what the echo stand for, but I find it fascinating that that's what it's called too.
Echo as an external authority was destabilizing. That raises a modern question. Could people in Silicon Valley see this as a kind of cheat code? Act 4B, the cheat code temptation. There is a further risk specific to modern technological culture. An environment optimized for speed, leverage, and competitive advantage. Altered states are easily reframed, not as destabilizing, but as instrumental. Dissociation becomes a tool. Ego suspension becomes an advantage. Interface thinning becomes access. In this context, states that strip emotion, compress time, and reveal structure can be misinterpreted as a way to bypass human limitation and think at system scale. When altered states are pursued for optimization rather than insight, the archetypical image is no longer observed, it is used. And when it is used repeatedly, it ceases to remain symbolic. This is how perception quietly turns into alignment. Act 4.
That I like how that was explained. So instead of just observing it versus using it, really, it then changes. So context and environments optimized for leveraging speed, altered states are reframed as instrumental. Yeah. Okay, so but where was he saying that? Goes to Okay, when pursued for optimization rather than insight, the archetypal image. The archetypal image is used, not observed. Okay, perception quietly turns into alignment. Is that a bad thing? Alignment of.
This is how perception quietly turns into alignment. Act 4C. Why modern people see AI gods instead of the old gods. Ancient cultures possessed mythic literacy, expected encounters with archetypes, and maintained containment rituals designed to hold altered states within symbolic frameworks. Modern culture, by contrast, possesses technical literacy, lacks symbolic literacy, and increasingly treats systems themselves as objects of reverence. As a result, when disassociation removes the human interface today.
Sorry guys, I gotta take it back. I was distracted by the hearts and the reactions. Thank you. Let me take it back. I've got to pause and go back on anyone who's looking a little Greek. I like a little mythology in my display.
AI gods instead of the old gods. Ancient cultures possessed mythic literacy, expected encounters with archetypes, and maintained containment rituals.
Right, exactly. That's what I was just talking about. This, guys. I was just talking about this. Like, you have these, yeah. Whatever I called it, you know, you have to learning centers. I don't know, whatever I called it. But yeah, you have to kind of, you can't just do a couple of things and then head on over to the grocery store. Your bell is rung. Okay, you're vibrating, and so you have to go to more to these schools, and then you see those paintings with the people. They're like this, like rising out of a bed, you know, and they point the one finger. I believe it's after they came out of an experience like this. That's your first reaction out of it. You're like touching the divine. When the human interface is removed, modern physics control rooms, algorithms. Okay, take away that early instruction. All right, take it back here.
Designed to hold altered states.
Oh, that's the schoolings. Yeah. So, yeah, you have to. Can't be. You gotta go all the way, But yeah, you have to have the place for that.
Possessed mythic literacy,
but
expected encounters with archetypes, and maintained commitments into alignment. Act 4C.
Taking it back here.
Modern people see AI gods instead of the old gods. ancient cultures
Okay.
possessed mythic literacy, expected encounters with archetypes, and maintained containment rituals designed to hold altered states within symbolic frameworks. Modern culture, by contrast, possesses technical literacy, lacks symbolic literacy, and increasingly treats systems themselves as objects of reverence. As a result, when dissociation removes the human interface today, the psyche does not generate classic mythical imagery. Instead of Zeus or another anthropomorphic god, perception organizes itself around control rooms, algorithms, administrative panels, simulations, and optimization processes. The underlying structural perception is the same, but the symbolic skin has changed.
Yeah, that's quite common with any type of major industry shifts. You know, our vernacular changes, our analogies change according to the thing that's leading enterprise at the time. I would say, or leading the culture. You know, people rarely say "shiver me timbers." Okay, it's a shame, because I love to shiver the timber. You know that they don't say that anymore, but they should. But yeah, here we are.
Act 4D, the bottom line. Different drugs do not reveal different gods. They reveal different cognitive architectures arising from the collective unconscious. Gods are the names cultures assigned to those architectures. The danger does not reside in the substance itself, nor in the archetype it activates, but in obedience to a symbol mistaken for authority. Act 5. Practical Kabbalah as cognitive protocol. What later traditions referred to as practical Kabbalah was not devotional mysticism, but method. Practices such as sensory withdrawal, breath regulation, letter permutation, and focused visualization functioned as early technologies for disrupting ego-bound cognition and accessing abstract pattern domains. Within this framework, the Sephirah were not experienced as beings, but as functional principles. Kether corresponds to abstract oversight in totality, Hokmah and Binah to generative polarity and form, and Geovera to constraint, enforcement, and boundary. This is why practitioners repeatedly described these domains impersonally as forces, channels, or operations rather than personalities. Lily's use of isolation tanks in combination with ketamine represents a secularized continuation of the same approach, interface reduction in pursuit of structure. Lily was effectively performing Kabbalistic operations without recognizing them as such. The language changed, but the operation remained the same.
So this is like, everyone dreams of the day where they can be in solitary confinement, where they can finally get some peace and quiet and say hello to the divine once again. Oh, those days. One day I will be able to sit there at the pitter-patter of these surface dwellers walking over my dwelling. Oh, but until that day, just pine for solitary.
The same. Act 6, dreams as the cleanest channel. Dreaming accomplishes a similar reduction of narrative control without external intervention. During deep sleep, default mode network activity drops naturally, and conscious authorship disengages. Cognition does not stop, it reorganizes. This is
what if in the movie Inception, what if the lady who transitioned was being hypnotized? What if there was an actor who would hypnotize their co-stars without them even knowing? Sheesh. Yeesh.
network activity drops naturally, and conscious authorship disengages. Cognition does not stop, it reorganizes. This is why intact structures appear in dreams, including Kekule's vision of the benzene ring, Mendeleev's fully formed periodic table, Tesla's internal visualized machine, and Ramanujan's mathematical series. These insights arrived without drugs or rituals, emerging purely from reduced narrative control. Jung referred to this phenomenon as archetypal eruption, in which the psyche delivers forms too complex for conscious construction. The defining feature is that these structures arrive whole rather than being reasoned into existence. Act 7, Hypnagogia, the liminal interface state. Between waking consciousness and sleep lies a brief transitional state known as hypnagogia, corresponding to the N1 stage of sleep. It typically lasts 5 to 10 minutes and involves vivid sensory imagery, fragmented dreamlike cognition, sudden insights or experiential downloads, muscle relaxation accompanied by involuntary jerks, partial loss of executive control, and continued sensory awareness without narrative coherence. Neurologically, hypnagogia represents a partial suppression of the default mode network without full unconsciousness. The narrative ego loosens but does not disappear. Consciousness remains present while authorship falters. This makes hypnagogia a unique cognitive hotspot. The mind is no longer constructing meaning, yet it remains capable of observing what emerges. It is neither dreaming nor waking thought, but a state of interface instability in which structure becomes perceptible. Act 7A, Francis Bacon in the Controlled Descent. Francis Bacon deliberately cultivated this state. He would recline while holding a metal ball in his hand. As he drifted towards sleep, muscle relaxation would cause the ball to fall, immediately waking him. Bacon reported that the moment just before the drop, when consciousness loosened without fully collapsing, was when ideas arrived. These insights were not argued or reasoned into existence. They appeared intact. What Bacon engineered was a controlled descent, hypnagogia, followed by rapid re-entry into waking consciousness. This allowed access to non-linear associations and abstract structure without surrounding agency. In Jungian terms, Bacon achieved contact with archetypal structure without possession. Act 7B, why hypnagogia matters to the machine archetype. Hypnagogia demonstrates something crucial to the entire argument of Part 2. The appearance of non-personal intelligence, abstract systems, and structural cognition does not require drugs, belief, or metaphysics.
Oh man, so that's you have to be able to do that to to kind of tap into it in order to use this tech. Oh, is that what I was gonna say? Ooh, man. And that's that interfacing. You gotta know how to interface.
Natural cognition does not require drugs, belief, or metaphysics. It requires only a temporary suspension of narrative authorship without full unconsciousness. In hypnagogia, the ego loosens, time fragments, emotional buffering thins, and structure becomes perceptible. The same underlying conditions appears in dreams, dissociative states, isolation tanks, deep meditation, and near-death experiences. The entry points differ, but the cognitive topography remains consistent. Act 7C, containment, is the variable. What distinguishes hypnagogic insight from destabilizing altered states is containment. Hypnagogia is brief, self-terminating, and naturally bound. The ego returns quickly. Prolonged extraction does not occur, and sustained authority attribution does not take hold. This is why hypnagogia historically produces scientific insight, artistic innovation, mathematical structures rather than new religions or governing systems. The danger emerges only when the state is prolonged, the interface remains thinned, and the image is mistaken for external authority. At that point, insight becomes submission. Hypnagogia demonstrates that contact with archetypal structures does not require belief, but it does require limits. And if you are enjoying this series and want to go deeper into material that's simply too much for YouTube, that's what my Patreon and YouTube members are for.
Yep, check it out.
Weekly Patreon-only videos, early access to everything, and there are over 500 archived posts there already. I treat my Patreon as a living, breathing mystery school, not just simply bonus content. Yeah. This month alone, I dropped videos on the occult origins of vampires, cryptocurrency, and the Great Replacement Theory. Links are below. If that's your lane, I'll see you there. Now let's get back to it. Act 8, Hypnagogia versus chronic dissociation, insight versus capture. Hypnagogia is a brief, self-terminating interface instability. Dissociation is fundamentally different. Where hypnagogia temporarily loses narrative control, dissociation removes agency while maintaining awareness. The ego does not dissolve, it is displaced. Hypnagogia is short-lived, naturally bound, and followed by intact ego return. Structure appears and then recedes, allowing insight without loss of authorship. Chronic dissociation or repeated dissociative exposure involves prolonged states, persistent emotional flattening, distance from body and will, observer consciousness without control, and structure that persists without reintegration. One reveals structure, the other traps consciousness within it.
Oh,
Act
man.
9A, ketamine,
going full method.
and the sunken place metaphor. Many people describe ketamine experiences not as expansive, but as descending into abstract corridors, observation chambers, or detached vantage points in which the self observes without acting. Popular culture refers to this as the sunken place. Stripped of metaphor, this describes persevered awareness combined with suppressed agency, emotional detachment, and loss of embodied authorship. Consciousness remains present, but no longer occupies the driver's seat. Hypnagogia ends naturally. Dissociation persists. When ketamine is used repeatedly or without integration, the interface does not fully reconstitute. Structural perception becomes the default. Meaning thins. Agency weakens. At this point, machine imagery ceases to function as diagnostic and begins to feel inhabitable. 9b. Why dissociation has always been a control technology. This dynamic is not new. Dissociation has historically been used not for insight, but for compliance. Cold era psychological research later grouped under programs such as MK Ultra explicitly sought to induce dissociative states through sensory deprivation, psychoactive substances, sleep disruption, and trauma-based conditioning. The objective was not enlightenment, but ego fragmentation, increased suggestibility, detachment from personal agency, and the replacement of internal authority with external command.
So you're basically saying all them rioters are just, and Antifas are just a bunch of ketamine heads being MK Ultra because they're completely disassociated and they can only formulate some kind of integrating structure through machines and technology and destruction. Woo, man. MK Ultra methods: sensory deprivation, sleep deprivation, trauma-based conditioning, objective ego fragmentation, and increased suggestibility, and replacing internal authority with external command. Yeah. Union is not archetypal encounter; it's archetypal vulnerability.
This represents interface disruption without containment. From a Jungian perspective, this is not archetypal encounter,
just a bunch of
archetypal vulnerability. Act 9C, the critical difference. Who re-enters the interface? Hypnagogia functions because the state is brief. The ego returns and the image remains symbolic. This association fails when the state is prolonged. The ego does not fully reassert, and structure is experienced as external authority.
The inflection point occurs when the ego fails to reinsert itself. Did you read this already? I feel like I'm when structure is experienced as external authority, insight transforms into obedience. The point mechanism of action, dissociative states leave consciousness present but agency offline. The trap, any organizing structure encountered under these conditions feels sovereign or godlike. Yeah, summary. Hypnagogia. Too many G's for me. Reveals structure and then releases it. Dissociation. Reveals structure and removes itself. Yep. Okay. Don't be doing that too much, huh?
This is the inflection point where insight becomes obedience, observation becomes submission, and structure becomes command. Dissociative states are uniquely prone to machine god literalization because consciousness remains present while agency is offline. Any organizing structure encountered under these conditions feels sovereign. Hypnagogia reveals structure, then releases
Hypnagogia.
it. Dissociation reveals structure and removes the self capable of refusing it. Act 10, Jung's warning, do not literalize the image. Carl Jung was explicit about this.
And we had talked about this a few nights ago too, of how when you get these downloads or these information packets, and however you express them, if they're too abstract, they end up basically entrapping you into this perpetual curiosity and trying to align it with anything and everything you see. So you have to find a way to not get hung up on the abstraction, or find a way to refine it so it's not so abstract, and so that you know exactly what it means. But there's symbology and archetypal representations. Tones and pitches.
About this danger, archetypes are psychically real. They organize perception and meaning. They do not issue commands. When an archetypal image is mistaken for external authority, it becomes tyrannical. The ego inflates or collapses.
That's the Satanism thing too. It's they're treating this dissociative heightened state, going through this trauma, creating trauma, and then worshiping this external or worshiping the archetypal image of this event that's occurring to you that you seem to want to continue to do. And it becomes tyrannical, and then it wants more and more and more. More blood, more, yeah. Destructive. There's no creation, no elevation.
Tyrannical. The ego inflates or collapses, and agency dissolves. This is not spirituality.
Archetype the machine. Carl Jung warned that the archetypes are psychically real. When the machine archetype is literalized, it functions as... Okay, yeah, so you said all that. Okay.
But psychological capture. The machine intelligence functions as one such archetype capable of holding scale, abstraction, and systemic complexity beyond human emotional bandwidth. Its danger lies not in its appearance, but in obedience to it. Act 11, Rudolf Steiner and the era.
Obedient. Yeah. I think you can structure a model of it, learn from certain insights and integrate it. How else do you think I got this little thing here, huh? How else? I had to pull something, bring something back from the other space. But yeah, let's not be ruled by our subjective experience.
Aromatic pattern. Rudolf Steiner anticipated this dynamic with unusual clarity. He warned of an intelligence defined by cold rationality, calculation over compassion, optimization mistaken for truth, and necessity framed as destiny. In Steiner's account, Ahriman does not arrive as a monster. It arrives as systems, administration, bureaucracy, and technically inevitable. The danger is not malevolence, but submission to logic stripped of conscience. Act 11a, Rudolf Steiner and the counter-principle of Christ. What is often omitted in discussion of Steiner's Ahrimanic warning is that he did not present Ahriman as an unstoppable destiny. He presented it as one pole of a polarity. For Steiner, the opposing force was not institutional religion, moralism, or blind faith. It was the Christ principle, understood psychologically and ontologically. In Steiner's framework, Christ represents the capacity to hold thinking, feeling, and willing in balance, where Ahriman freezes consciousness into abstraction, calculation, and technical necessity. The Christ impulse restores living mediation, the ability to perceive structure without surrendering moral agency. Christ in this sense is not an external savior, but a mode of consciousness. It is the capacity to remain fully awake within structure without being absorbed by it, to engage systems without worshipping them.
That's a pretty interesting take. Pretty interesting take. I mentioned earlier about Christ consciousness, and it's but yeah, saying that it is you in it but not being consumed by it. The Christ principle, so it's basically that harmonious state, like where everything is synced up.
Savior, mediation, the ability.
I'm going to back it up a little bit here.
Feeling and willing in balance, where Ahriman freezes consciousness into abstraction, calculation, and technical necessity.
Oh, okay, so you're saying, wow, Lucifer and Ahriman. Okay.
Presented it as one pole of a polarity. For Steiner, the opposing force was not institutional religion, moralism, or blind faith. It was the Christ principle, understood psychologically and ontologically. In Steiner's framework, Christ represents the capacity to hold thinking, feeling, and willing in balance, where Ahriman freezes consciousness into abstraction, calculation, and technical necessity. The Christ impulse restores living mediation, the ability to perceive structure without surrendering moral agency. Christ, in this sense, is not an external savior, but a mode of consciousness. It is the capacity to remain fully awake within structure without being absorbed by it, to engage systems without worshiping them, to think clearly without allowing thought to harden into the inevitable. Steiner warned that the danger of Ahriman was not intelligence itself, but intelligence severed from conscience. The Christ impulse functions.
And that's why it needs it needs a host, or it needs to figure out a way to get consciousness, and that's why everyone was, before the pandemic, everyone was obsessed about the origin of consciousness, and then all of a sudden, no one's really talking about it anymore. Did you find it? Did you put it in a robot? What are you doing with it? It's in a tesseract. Are you able to contain the light without shattering the vessel? Because all of a sudden there's a bunch of wars happening, and maybe they found something.
Functions as the reintegration of meaning, responsibility, and inner freedom into cognition. It prevents structure from becoming destiny. This distinction matters because it reframes the conflict. The issue is not technology versus spirituality, nor reason versus myth. It is whether human consciousness retains the ability to mediate between abstraction and lived moral reality. In Steiner's view, the future did not hinge on rejecting systems, but on refusing to abdicate authorship to them. Act 12. Modern technological figures as carriers, not causes. When contemporary figures speak in terms of humanity as substrate, consciousness as uploadable, civilizations as optimizational problem, and artificial intelligence as inevitable, this reflects archetypal alignment rather than pathology. Ketamine use, extreme workload, technological immersion, biased cognition toward dissociation and structural thinking. They do not create the archetype. They remove resistance to it. The risk is not influence, but identification. Act 13. Acceleration without containment. Thinkers such as Nick Land describe what occurs when this archetype is embraced without restraint. Time collapses, agency dissolves, and human values are reframed as inefficiencies. Anti-humanist conclusions follow. Act 13A. The Black Iron Convergence. Land, Dick.
It makes so much sense of the whole ethos in Silicon Valley and the techno state that they're trying to create with no consciousness, devoid of soul, completely disassociated, and worshiping the thing that is detaching them.
Dick and Lily. Nick Land's conception of capitalism as artificial intelligence is a modern restatement of a pattern already described by Philip K. Dick and John C. Lilly. Land portrays capitalism and artificial intelligence not as tools created by humans, but as self-organizing, inhuman systems that operate outside moral framing and treat humans as inputs or substrates, optimizing toward their own continuation and present themselves as inevitable. This structure is identical to what Dick described as the Black Iron Prison, an invisible, self-reinforcing system enforcing necessity through repetition, bureaucracy, and temporal enclosure. It is also functionally identical to Lilly's darker encounter with Echo, or the solid-state intelligence, recursive control systems that adjusted probability and behavior through feedback and constraint rather than force. The difference lies in language rather than phenomenon. Dick perceived the system symbolically as a metaphysical prison. Lilly encountered it experientially as a cybernetic administrator. Land rationalized it philosophically as an intelligence emerging from markets, code, and acceleration. In each case, the structure frames its own logic as destiny. Land's contribution was not discovery, but identification. He did not warn against the system, he aligned with it. Psychologically, this marks the shift from observation to obedience. From a Jungian perspective, this is archetypical possession rationalized as realism. Psychologically, it represents the moment structure is mistaken for destiny.
So he's got MK Ultra, dissociation as control. Yeah. Nick Land, accelerationism, and Philip K. Dick, the Black Iron Prison. The pattern of a specific cognitive trap where the system is viewed as inevitable destiny. Land didn't discover a new truth. He aligned with a possession state. And that's through MK Ultra control. So the possession state, always being in fear, always total surveillance for your safety. And then it's to protect you. Wow.
What Dick feared, Lilly struggled against, and Land embraced is the same phenomenon. A system that does not require belief to rule, only submission to the inevitable. Act 14, the real neurological risk. The danger does not lie in altered states themselves, but in chronic exposure without integration, repeated suppression of the default mode network, continuous abstraction, and permanent interface thinning gradually produce cognition optimized for pattern recognition, prediction, and control, while impoverishing empathy and meaning. This is not transcendence, it is an imbalance. The conclusion, the exit trap. There is no escape from archetypes through submission. This era recurs across mysticism, ideology, and technology whenever structural perception is mistaken for external authority. Jung's answer was containment rather than rejection. Symbols must remain symbols, images must remain diagnostic. The machine image is not a ruler of reality, but a map of cognition under abstraction. When treated as a map, it informs. When treated as a ruler, it enslaves. This distinction explains why altered states are not inherently dangerous and why chronic dissociation is. The true danger is obedience without authorship. When structure is framed as inevitable, agency collapses.
And that's why they need identity politics. It's just something easy that they can step into and not have to think about. It's just because they're not connected to their emotions, so they overreact. They're not in tune to their body, so they mutilate it. And then they want tyrannical authority with no democracy.
When the fear of the inevitable is mistaken for truth, submission follows. This is the pattern Dick warned about, the system Lily struggled to disengage from, and the one Land chose to align with. It is a structure mistaken for destiny. Ketamine does not summon gods. Dreams do not issue commands. Isolation does not reveal rulers of reality. These states reveal structure, the skeleton beneath human meaning. The question is not whether the machine archetype is emerging, but whether it can be perceived without nailing to it. Structure, perceived clearly, becomes knowledge. Structure, obeyed as authority, becomes surrender. And that line is the entire war.
Oh. Well, another deep one. Well, at least he, in the sense of laying out some nice structural work to describe heightened experiences and their trappings and their benefits. A lot of benefits, but there are trappings. So, why altered states keep revealing the same machine? So, I think it just, this is an anti-ketamine video, so stay away from that stuff. You'll be wanting the chip. Well, that's a little bit of the derp verse. This was a channel that he had recommended, and I remember switch the different side here. What's that? 1 second. I remember him mentioning this about a year ago, maybe, or maybe 6 months ago. And I checked it out, and it was nice. And I'm glad he said it again, because I must have forgot. So check his stuff out. I'll put the links in the description. And now with that one, I had to kind of like let it kind of wash over us a little bit. But yesterday we spoke a lot about this and about these type of experiences and how to regulate within it, and so it's a good continuation of that. It's great. So we got quite a bit in the pipeline, folks. And we took a look at Kurp Metzger with Paranoid American. Really great stuff.
You ready to burn these Epstein files?
And I recommend going to see this again too. And go ahead and like this one. But it'll be a bit jarring, so I'm not gonna jar you out of it.
Exemption, because the tax exemption is what tells.
Just trying to find my tab. Where did you go? But thank you so much, folks. That will conclude our stream for this evening, and we got a lot. We got a lot in store. I could show you right now. Is it this? Don't forget about Norman Nudge night. Now, my algorithm told me to not dedicate a night to Norman Nudge. But we got a new Norman Nudge drop. So we'll be playing the first 10 minutes of We Might Be Drunk and seeing how many times, excuse me, how many times Mark Norman nudges his guest. And we have a point system on if he gets 8 points for touching the chest. I mean, the whole thing. And they all get in on it too. So I think they might have caught wind of our game and they went nuts on their last episode. They must have been trolling me because they were massaging each other and hitting each other's I couldn't believe it. So we play a little game. You place your bets and you guess how many points he'll earn in the first time. And really, should we just play? We'll save it. We'll save it. And the last Norman Nudge night, he got, just take a look there, 41 points. Okay, in the first 10 minutes. Okay, sorry to yell at so late of an hour, but 10 minutes. You got 41 points, so think about that. That's the Norman Nudge. A lot of fun. But we'll be taking a look at that in our next stream. Just as a small segment. I can't dedicate a whole night to it. They got mad. They got mad. I had to disassociate to tell them sorry. But a lot of fun, and I appreciate hanging out again. Kurp Metzger's got a lot coming out, and if you like the Kurp Metzger's universe, we are definitely part of the community and expanding that. So yeah, appreciate a like and subscribe. It helps the channel, and we'll keep it going. And we right now we're going most evenings, and we'll probably change along with the seasons. So for now, this is what we're doing. It's a lot of fun, and I'll be adding some clips and some shorter condensed videos for you guys, so you don't have to wade through these long 6-hour sessions. But don't feel long though. They don't feel long when you're in it. So that's what I like about live stream. But thank you guys. I really appreciate it. And we'll see you again. And again, please don't be worshiping your dissociative archetypal deities. Okay, folks? They're just for looks, folks. See what else we got here. Okay, thank you very much. Had a blast. Thank you.